Cold. That was the first thing I felt. A cold so deep it reached past my skin and grabbed hold of my bones. I clutched my head and forced my eyes open. Snow. Snow in every direction, stretching out to a flat white horizon. 1 second ago, I'd been out in the wild on a survival trek. Now I was lying in a frozen wasteland I had never seen before. Where am I? My voice came out as a puff of steam. Before I could even start to make sense of it, a mechanical chime rang in my ears, and a wall of glowing text appeared in the air right in front of my face. Honored Lord, welcome to the Ice Plains. This world is full of danger. Your one and only goal is to stay alive. Stay alive. The wind cut straight through me as if my clothes weren't even there. I knew, with absolute certainty, that if I didn't find shelter fast, I was going to freeze to death right here. And then the chime spoke again, and this time it was a warning. Warning. Lord has entered hypothermia. Health is dropping. Current health, 45 out of 100. Half my health, gone already. I shot up off the ground and looked around fast. I was sitting in the ruins of a wrecked wooden cabin, the walls half caved in. In the middle of the floor stood a small fire pit, a few sticks of kindling piled inside it, dark and unlit. More text floated up. This is an abandoned camp, destroyed in a blizzard. To survive, repair the cabin. So that was it. That broken cabin was the only thing standing between me and a frozen death. I stumbled toward the fire pit. My thin clothes and these ruined walls weren't going to hold off this cold for long. I needed heat, and I needed it now. Fire. I have to get a fire going. The moment I crouched by the pit, a prompt blinked in front of me. Ignite? Yes or no? I thought the word yes, and the kindling burst into flame on its own. Warmth bloomed across my hands and face. The chime sang out, bright and cheerful. Fire lit. Hypothermia cleared. Health recovering. The numbers climbed, 46, 47, and didn't stop until they hit 80. For the first time since I'd woken up, I felt almost human again. Now I finally had a second to look at this system of mine. A panel hovered in front of me. A world chat channel, 7 billion people. A regional chat channel, 1 million people. A trading post, locked. And a backpack, holding one iron axe. Everything else was grayed out. Curious, I opened the world chat. 7 billion people all talking at once. How was I supposed to read any of that? But the moment it opened, the messages came pouring through, scrolling fast, and somehow I could follow every word. Where the heck is this place? I was just at home. How did I end up here? Somebody was sobbing about the cold, saying they were about to freeze solid. Then someone snapped back. You're freezing and you're still sitting here typing? See that little fire pit near you? Light it. You won't be cold anymore. It took me a while, but slowly it sank in. Everyone, every single person on Earth had been dragged into this frozen world. Is this real, or is this a game? I didn't have an answer, but I knew one thing for sure. I had to survive first. Survival was the only thing that would buy me the time to figure out the rest. That was when the alarm screamed in my ears. Warning, a small blizzard will arrive in 8 hours. Lord, prepare your defenses. Countdown. 7 hours, 59 minutes, 59 seconds. My stomach dropped. Just surviving this cold was hard enough. Throw a blizzard on top of it, and the odds turned brutal. I'm an outdoorsman by hobby. I knew exactly what was coming, and I knew what I had to do first. Top priority. Build a shelter that can take a blizzard. I turned and looked at the cabin ruins around me. Text rose into view. Level 1 cabin, damaged. Integrity, 9%. Cannot be used. Repair? A level 1 cabin can block the cold and shrug off a small blizzard. Materials needed, 10 units of wood. Wooden backpack, 0. So this cabin is the whole game. Repair it, or die. I focused on the only other thing the system had unlocked, the backpack. A thought, and a rusty iron axe appeared in my hand. I didn't waste a second. I gripped it and walked out into the white. I was standing in the middle of a flat snowfield. Nothing but snow in every direction, except for a small stand of trees not far off. I marched toward it and started chopping. Half an hour later, the first tree groaned and crashed down. Wood +1. Half an hour for a single log. The blizzard was 7.5 hours out. I did the math. Tight, but I could make it. The system's starter axe was, frankly, garbage. By the time the 10th tree fell, my arms were jelly and I was running on pure willpower. But I had my 10 logs. I didn't hesitate. I hauled myself back to the cabin, and the prompt was already waiting. Materials met. Repair? Yes. White light flared. When it faded, the ruins were gone, and a freshly built cabin stood in their place. I stepped inside. Bare wooden bed, one stool, nothing fancy. But my heart was pounding because now I had walls. Now I wasn't afraid of the storm. In all that endless ice, this little cabin gave me something I hadn't felt since I arrived. A scrap of safety, hard won. And right then, a brand new voice rang in my head. Congratulations. You have bound the enhancement system. You may enhance one item per day. Uses remaining today, 1. An enhancement system. My eyes flicked straight to the cabin. If I enhance this thing, does it turn into a mansion? I aimed the system at the cabin. Confirm enhancing this wooden plank? Yes or no? A single plank? That was useless. No, no, no. Fine. If the cabin was off the table, the only thing left worth enhancing was the axe in my hand. Enhance iron axe? Yes, I said, half testing it. The axe flashed. Every speck of rust vanished, and the dull blade turned wickedly sharp. New text appeared. Iron axe, enhanced. 1 unit of wood every 3 minutes. My eyes went wide. 1 enhancement, and my axe was suddenly 10 times faster. Let's see what this thing can do. The blizzard countdown read 60 minutes when I walked up to the first tree and swung. The blade bit deep. Half an hour later, I had 10 fresh units of wood. Insane. The enhanced axe didn't just cut faster, it took half the effort. I checked the timer, saw it was getting close, and headed back to the cabin. Inside, I opened the chat to gather some intel. Most of it was noise. People marveling at the fire pit. People whining about having to chop trees. People who'd never done a hard day's work in their lives. But scattered in there were a few who'd already built their cabins and were bragging about how warm they were. I scrolled past all of it until something stopped me cold. A video. Someone had posted an actual video in the chat. I tapped it open. Same frozen landscape as mine. And a voice, frantic. Can you guys see this? This is where I am right now. My eyes narrowed. So the chat didn't just carry text. You could broadcast what you were seeing. And once people realized that, the floodgates opened. Clips started pouring in. I picked the newest one. A collapsed cabin filled the screen, and a young woman's voice, tight with panic. Does anyone know how to collect wood? She hadn't even started her repairs. I checked my countdown and felt a flicker of pity. There was no way she'd finish in time. Without a miracle, she was going to freeze. I watched a few more clips, and I noticed something. We were all in the same frozen world, but every one of us had landed in a different spot. I had a mountain looming nearby. Most of the others had nothing but flat, empty snow. Then the chime hit, and every person in that world heard it at once. Blizzard incoming. 10, 9, 8, 2, 1, 0. Blizzard. The instant the countdown ended, the world outside exploded into screaming wind and driving snow. The temperature crashed below freezing. Even inside, my warm little cabin turned cold fast. I hissed, sucking in a sharp breath, and hunched closer to the fire until the warmth crept back into me. Once I'd stopped shivering, I pulled up the system panel and felt my blood run cold. World chat, 6.8 billion. The number was dropping, not slowly, plummeting. In the space of a few seconds, tens of thousands of people were dying. I stared, sick to my stomach. I never imagined a small blizzard could be this deadly. If I hadn't fixed my cabin in time, I'd be one of those vanishing numbers right now. Creak. Groan. Outside, the wind hammered the walls, and the cabin started to protest. The door rattled violently. The whole structure swayed like it was about to come apart. Oh, come on. I threw my whole body against the wall and barely steadied it. This was a small blizzard, and it was already shaking my cabin to pieces. A medium one, or anything bigger, would scatter these walls like matchsticks. The thought lodged in my brain. The moment this storm passes, I upgrade. No question. The rattling eased. I let out a breath, dragged the old wooden table over to barricade the door, and sank down by the fire to rest. Then I heard it. Not the howl of the wind. Something else. A scraping sound. Like claws raking the door. What is that? Every nerve in my body went taut. Was it not just blizzards out here? Was there something alive? The scratching grew louder, and then came a roar that drowned out the wind itself. Something was at my door. Something I couldn't see. What in the world can move around in a blizzard like this? I didn't budge. I sure as hell wasn't opening that door to find out. I dragged the chair over to brace it alongside the table and made my defenses as solid as I could. Please be sturdy enough, I muttered. A few minutes passed, and the door held. I opened the chat to see if anyone else was dealing with this. Most people were just losing their minds over the storm. But then a few voices cut through. Hey, does anyone else hear something outside? Like an animal? At first, others brushed it off, told them it was just the wind, told them to stop being paranoid. So I typed my own message. I hear it too. The beast is real. That broke the dam. Me too. I hear it. It's been clawing at my door. I'm scared it'll tear the whole place down. The doubters went quiet, and the guessing started. A wolf? Could be. This is wolf country. But can a wolf even move in a blizzard? I turned and looked at my door. That sound from before had been strange. Nothing I'd ever heard. And whatever made it, I was sure of one thing. It was no wolf. There was no way to check what was out there. So I stopped wasting energy guessing. The scratching went on a while longer, then faded, until there was nothing left but the howl of the storm. The door looked untouched, not a scratch on it. Not bad at all. This door's tougher than it looks. I'd been bracing for a last stand, and it had held without even cracking. With that weight off my chest, I crossed to the bed and lay down to grab some sleep. A chime jolted me awake. Small blizzard ended. Duration, 12 hours. Survivor reward, 1 iron pickaxe. I blinked, dragged in a few cold breaths, and shook off the sleep. 12 hours. The storm had raged for half a day. If I hadn't upgraded, if I'd tried to ride that out with nothing but my own body, they'd never have found enough of me to bury. I pulled up the panel to see the cost. World chat, for 0.3 billion. My heart stuttered. For billion. A single small blizzard had wiped out more than 2 billion people. I took a slow breath. No time to worry about anyone else. If I want to live, I keep upgrading. I checked my new reward. An iron pickaxe sitting beside the starter axe. What am I supposed to do with a pickaxe out here in the snow? Then the chime answered for me. Building function unlocked. Available to build, Forge Heart. Requires level 2 cabin. Level 2 cabin needs 30 wood, 10 stone. Level 1 Forge Heart needs 60 wood, 30 stone, 10 iron ore. A Forge Heart. The name sounded like some kind of furnace. If it was anything like a hearth, it would be priceless in a world this cold. No more shivering myself to sleep. I checked the chat, but everyone was either too broke on materials to build one, or still struggling to even repair their starter cabins. I asked if anyone had built a Forge Heart. The answer was no, across the board. So I got up, cleared the barricade, and opened the door. A wall of cold slammed into me. I leaned out, wary, and looked. Snow had buried everything. The only sign of the night before was a set of deep, ugly gashes raked across my door. A prompt flashed. Ice wolves in the area. Stay alert. My jaw tightened. So it had been a wolf after all. An ice wolf. That explained how it moved through the blizzard without a care. And it meant a creature far worse than any ordinary wolf. Surviving out here was going to take more than just not freezing. My cabin had taken some damage in the night. Integrity at 51%, 5 wood to repair. I had 10 in the bag. Repair. White light. And the cabin was solid again, the claw marks gone. I had 5 wood left, nowhere near enough to upgrade. And not a single piece of stone. Time to test the new pickaxe. A meter-wide boulder sat nearby. I summoned the pickaxe and brought it down again and again. Half an hour later, the rock finally split and vanished. Stone +1. I shook out my aching hands. Painfully slow. 10 units of stone would take me 6 more hours, and that wasn't even counting the time to find the rocks. Better enhance the pickaxe. I called up the enhancement system. Uses remaining today, 0. Next refresh in 3.5 hours. 1 item a day? Fine. That was when my stomach growled, loud and insistent. A panel popped up. Hunger. Health will drain continuously, and harvesting speeds it up. Current health, 31. 30. It hit me then. I hadn't eaten a single thing since I'd arrived. Hadn't eaten much before that, out on my trek either. The adrenaline had masked it, but now even lifting the pickaxe felt impossible. No food in the bag. Nothing edible anywhere near the cabin. Keep this up, and I'd starve to death in the snow. I wasn't going out like that. I have to find food. It's the only way I live through this. I scanned the white in every direction. Nothing but blinding snow. So I decided to climb. Higher ground meant a better view, a better shot at spotting something edible. The snow got deeper as I went, ankle deep at first, then up to my knees, then nearly to my thighs. Every step was a fight. I started to wonder if I'd collapse from exhaustion before hunger ever got the chance. Finally, I reached the foot of the ice mountain, the same peak I'd seen from my cabin. Up close it was massive, a wall of ice and stone, ringed by dense clusters of trees. My eyes lit up. Resources. Once I'd stripped the trees near my cabin, this would be the place to come. I pushed higher, to a rise, and that was when I saw it. A huge slab of crystal ice, taller than 2 men, its surface glassy and smooth. And growing across it, little blue berries, each half the size of a fist, dusted in white frost. I crept closer. Could I eat these? A prompt lit up. Frostberry, edible. Grows on ice rock. Edible. My heart leapt. The miserable climb hadn't been for nothing. But as I reached for one, I saw the catch. The crystal bristled with ice spikes, every one of them razor sharp. Cut myself out here, an infection or worse would finish what the cold started. I steadied my hands and threaded my fingers carefully between the spikes, straight to the berry. Got it. It was cool to the touch, not nearly as biting as it looked. My health was still bleeding away, so I didn't wait. I bit into the berry. It melted on my tongue, gone before I even tasted it. No real effect, hunger still showing on the panel. So I grabbed another and actually savored it this time. Cool juice burst across my mouth, and as I swallowed, a clean sweetness rolled up the back of my throat. That, I said out loud, is amazing. Status returned to normal. Health, 97. The drain finally stopped, and strength flooded back into my exhausted body, like I'd just woken from a deep, full sleep. It worked that fast. For the first time, it really felt like I'd stepped inside a game. Everyone else was probably starving too. I opened the chat, and sure enough, the very first message was someone begging to know how to deal with hunger. Below it, panic. My health's at 10. I'm at 5%. I can't find anything to eat. I'm going to die. But scattered among them were a precious few who'd cracked it. Ran into some berries, system said edible, ate them, hunger gone. The moment those messages landed, the channel erupted. Show us the berries. What do they look like? Where did you find them? Send a clip. Everyone who hadn't found food swarmed in at once. The lucky ones who'd posted went silent, like they'd vanished. I thought about it, then pulled out one of my own berries and broadcast a picture to the chat. Looks like this, I typed. The replies flooded in. Thank you. What is that thing? Where'd you find it? Tell me the location. I'm dying. Send coordinates. I'm at 7%. I frowned. We were all in different places. Knowing where I found mine wouldn't help them one bit. Desperate people, starving until they couldn't think straight. I closed the chat. My hunger was solved. Time to get back to work. I checked the enhancement timer. 3 seconds. 2, 1, 0. The counter refreshed, and my daily uses ticked back up to 1. I didn't hesitate. Enhance the pickaxe. White light wrapped around the tool in my hand, and when it faded, the pickaxe had changed. The dull tip was now keen enough to slice through anything, and it had grown heavier, more solid. Iron pickaxe, enhanced. 1 unit of stone every 3 minutes. I grinned. Now I could actually gather materials. A huge boulder sat nearby. I swung, and the difference was night and day. Less effort, far less time. 3 minutes, and the rock shattered into nothing. Stone +1. I set off toward the cabin, swinging at every tree and rock along the way, alternating axe and pickaxe. The bag filled fast. I was making good time, the snow thinning as I descended, when my foot caught on a ridge under the snow and I pitched face first into the cold. My already numb face flared with a fresh sting. I scrambled up, wiped the snow away, and looked at the huge shape jutting out of the drift beside me. It took real effort to roll it over. It was a creature with horns like a bull. But the body was human. A man with the head of a bull. Stocky, far bigger than any grown man, clearly dead, frozen in the last storm. A prompt appeared. Minotaur deceased. A minotaur. I'd never heard of such a thing. Between this and the ice wolves, it was clear this world was full of creatures mine never had. Dangerous everywhere, I muttered. I searched the body for anything useful, but found nothing, not a thing. Even after I worked up the nerve to cut it open with the pickaxe in case it hid some crystal inside. The blade slid through clean, the frozen flesh hard as stone, and within minutes the minotaur lay in neat pieces. Nothing, just an ordinary corpse. I shook my head and wiped the pickaxe in the snow. If it were a real bull, that'd be months of beef. But a minotaur? I'd have to be truly desperate to try that. It had a human face. I couldn't do it. I pressed on, harvesting everything I passed, and by the time I crouched to rest, I checked my haul. Wood, 30. Stone, 10. Exactly what the cabin upgrade needed. I'd gathered the precise amount without even trying. I sat on a cleared rock and opened the chat to pass the time. More of the same. People bragging about 2 whole units of stone. People still starving, still begging for the food they couldn't find. I closed it. My berry photo hadn't helped a soul. A lot of people were going to die again. I rose, my strength back, and headed home. The cabin's brown walls stood out sharp against all that white. I'd worried about getting lost, but there it was. I jogged up, and the panel appeared. Level 1 cabin, upgradable. Integrity 100%. Materials in bag, 30 wood, 10 stone. Upgrade cost, 30 wood, 10 stone. Upgrade? I tapped yes. White light swallowed the cabin, longer this time. When it cleared, the place had grown, easily 30 square meters now, finally fit for a person to live in. The walls had gone from flimsy planks to tight, interlocking logs. The floor was stone instead of wood, no more worrying about damp. Inside, the bed had a pillow now, the table was smoother and larger, the chair had a backrest. Even the air was noticeably warmer. A panel surfaced. Cabin, level 2. Greatly reduces blizzard and beast damage. Can just barely withstand a medium blizzard. Upgrade complete. Reward, 3 beast cages. New building unlocked. Kitchen, 3 beast cages. A kitchen. I opened the kitchen details. 30 wood, 10 stone. And the system fired off a task. Build the kitchen. Reward, 5 iron ore. Time limit, 24 hours. Failed to finish in time, and the reward is forfeit. Iron ore. The exact material I needed for the forge heart. Then another prompt landed, and this one chilled me. In 30 days, a large blizzard will arrive. A level 5 forge heart is required to survive it. I froze. A large blizzard. And I needed a level 5 forge heart to survive, when I didn't even have a level 1 yet. I thought about that small blizzard, the one that nearly tore my cabin apart, and I didn't dare picture what a large one would do. It would flip the whole place over. If I didn't get the forge heart built and leveled in time, they wouldn't find enough of me to bury. Speed it up. The forge heart has to be ready, and it has to be level 5. I checked the build page. Wood, stone, and 1 special material. Iron ore. Out here in all this white, stone's rare enough. Where do I even find iron ore? The only source I could see was that system task. Build the kitchen, get 5 iron ore. It wouldn't even fund a level 1 forge heart, but at least it was progress. So I stood up to build the kitchen. I'd have done it anyway, task or not, because a kitchen meant cooked food, not just berries forever. I'd been lucky finding those berries today, and I knew that luck wouldn't hold. I needed other options. Meat. But I'd never eaten raw meat, and I wasn't about to risk an infection in a world this unforgiving. That was the other reason I'd left the Minotaur behind. That, and the fact that it looked far too human to stomach. With a kitchen, I could cook. And with 3 beast cages, I could trap my own dinner. I lay back on the bed a moment to warm up, then got to my feet and headed for the door. Let's go. Tonight, we eat well. The cold hit me the second I stepped out, and for a heartbeat, I almost turned back. But the large blizzard was 30 days away. No time to waste. I bundled up and pushed forward. Beyond gathering materials, I had one important job. Set the beast cages and catch myself some food. The problem was, the snow covered everything. No tracks. No sign of where animals might be. Anything that showed would be buried in minutes. I didn't want to waste the cages on a blind guess. I'd find the best spot I could, and if I came up empty, I'd just plant them by the cabin and hope. I trudged on until I was nearly spent, and right as I thought about turning around, a forest of white bamboo opened up in front of me. The stalks weren't green. They were pure white, smooth as jade. A prompt confirmed it. Cold jade bamboo grows in ice and snow. Beautiful, in an eerie way. As I stared, a strange scent reached me. Not unpleasant, almost sweet. I looked around for the source, and that was when I caught a flicker of blue, something writhing on one of the stalks. A fat grub, nearly as thick as the bamboo itself, twisting and burrowing as if trying to bore its way inside. Even the bugs here were strange. The prompt read, frost grub, edible. Its scent attracts animals. Edible and bait. That second line was what mattered. I didn't want to eat it. That would be a waste. Why eat the lure when it could bring me real prey? I pulled out a cage and set it by the bamboo, then plucked the grub between 2 fingers. It was soft, oddly pleasant to the touch. I hung it on the cage's hook so that any animal biting down would trip the mechanism and slam the door shut. One down, 2 cages to go. I worked through the bamboo and found 2 more grubs, set a cage beneath each. I spaced them apart on purpose, cluster them together, and the moment one trap sprang, the other animals would scatter. 3 cages spread out gave me 3 real chances. Set. I left the bamboo and went back to gathering wood until my stomach reminded me it was empty again. I checked the enhancement system and found exactly what I'd hoped. Enhancing the pickaxe a second time would cut harvesting effort by about half. Just as I'd guessed. The enhanced tools still drained stamina, only less. And since I'd be needing more and more materials, that mattered. For now, I ate a frost berry, then another, until the hunger finally cleared. Only a few berries left in the bag. The math worried me. At my current pace of work, I'd be hungry again soon, and there might not be enough to fill me. I'd thought about enhancing the berries themselves, doubling how much they filled me. But the system flatly refused. It only worked on tools like the axe and pickaxe, the kind it offered up on its own. Food was off limits. So my only option was to keep hunting for more. Another berry down, and I was back to normal. I summoned the pickaxe and got back to work. Wood +1. Stone +1. Eventually, I had everything the kitchen needed. As I felled the last tree, I looked up and there it was again, the white bamboo. I could just make out the corner of a cage tucked among the stalks. I'd circled all the way back without realizing it. The cages looked empty. Probably too soon. I'd build the kitchen first and check them after. I turned to leave. Then a sound. A thud, followed by a faint, muffled crying, like something was sobbing. I went rigid and spun toward it. One of the cages. And through the bars, I could see something small inside, moving weakly. My pulse jumped. I couldn't see what it was, but it was alive. Roast it or steam it. Heh, caught something already. Once the kitchen was up, I'd have meat. I hurried over, picturing a hot meal. The closer I got, the clearer the crying became, broken up by little hiccuping sobs. Some animal, or a cub. I broke into a jog. But when I reached the cage, there was no beast inside. No cub either. Just a small, tiny girl. She was huddled with her back to me, knees pulled in tight, shoulders trembling. Whimpering. Something long and furry hung off behind her. I stood there stunned. A child? Out here, in a place that froze people to death. Sensing me, she slowly turned. A little round face, big almond eyes brimming with tears, a small nose sniffling, lips red from crying. And on top of her head, 2 fuzzy, pointed ears. Fox ears. Her body was covered in fine fur, and the long thing behind her was a tail, red shading into white, the classic coloring of a red fox. In all that snow, that fiery fur burned like a small flame. When she saw me, she flinched and pressed herself into the corner, hugging her knees tighter. A prompt rose. Foxfolk cub, tameable. Gentle nature, low aggression. Terrified, she suddenly hurled the frost grub in her hand toward me, as if to say, "Here, eat this instead, just don't eat me." I couldn't help laughing. Smart little thing, already trying to bargain. This was the second half-human, half-beast creature I'd met, after the frozen minotaur. I found myself wondering what else this world might hold. Maybe even a civilized race somewhere, a city where I could find shelter. I crouched down to her level. "Can you talk?" I asked, keeping my voice soft. She flinched again, blinked twice, and just stared, neither nodding nor shaking her head. I tried another tack. "Can you understand me?" That broke her composure, and the tears came pouring back, little whimpers escaping her throat. I shook my head, sighing. Why was she this scared? I wasn't going to eat her. Then it clicked. The roast or steam thing. She'd heard me. She was locked in a cage, watching a stranger walk up muttering about cooking. Of course she thought she was about to be dinner. The beast cages had only ever been meant to catch food. Snaring her was an accident, but her terror made perfect sense. I forced the warmest smile I could manage. "I'm not going to hurt you. Don't be afraid." I didn't expect her to understand the words, but maybe she'd hear the kindness in my tone. And it worked. Her trembling slowed, the fear in her eyes draining away. I rested my hand on the cage door. "Easy. I'm letting you out." The system had said she was harmless, and the word tameable meant that with the right touch, I might gain a little companion. Out here in the cold, a living thing at your side wasn't a bad thing. I propped the door open and stepped back to give her room. She crept forward, snatched up the grub she'd thrown, and watched me the whole way out. When I made no move to grab her, she relaxed and edged closer. I laughed and reached out, resting my hand on her head, giving it a gentle rub. She went still, blinked those watery eyes, and the last of her guard fell away. She pushed her head up into my palm, like a cat. When I lifted my hand, she touched her own head, then wiped at the tears in her eyes. Her stomach growled. She clutched it, glanced down at the grub, then looked up at me, holding it out, silently asking if she could eat it. I nodded. Of course you can. I mimed putting food in my mouth so she'd understand. She beamed and started nibbling, tiny bite after tiny bite, like it was a feast. I smiled and turned to head back. I wasn't going to force her to follow. If she ran off, so be it. I'd have done a good deed. But a few steps in, I heard footsteps behind me. She was hurrying after me, stumbling but quick, clearly determined to keep up. So she'd chosen to come. I slowed my pace, and we walked through the snow together, one in front, one behind, until the cabin came into view. I sped up, the little fox trailing in the deep snow, and reached the door. Should be enough materials. Let's build the kitchen. Build Page, 30 wood, 10 stone, exactly what I had. Yes. White light wrapped one corner of the cabin, and when it cleared, a whole array of equipment had appeared, with a chimney sprouting from the roof. The little fox darted in just in time to see it, and stared at me with open awe, like I was some kind of god of ice. The kitchen had the basics: pots and pans, bowls, and a stove. Simple, but it would do, and burning wood in it would warm the place too. The chimes sounded. Task complete. Reward, 5 iron ore. 5 more, and I'd have enough for the forge heart. The trouble was, the system task was still my only source. I'd searched everywhere outside and found nothing but wood and stone. I'd have to wait for another task, or explore farther, or ask the chat, unreliable as that crowd was. I had a month. Time enough. Footsteps padded behind me. The fox had followed me into the kitchen, leaning on the wall, panting like she'd run a marathon. An idea flickered through my mind. I glanced at the dull kitchen knife hanging by the pots. I picked it up and turned to show her. Her mouth, mid-pant, snapped shut, and fear flooded back into her eyes. I'd left the door open the whole time. She could have bolted, but she hadn't. She just stood there, body shrinking back, yet stubbornly refusing to run, as if she'd decided I would never actually raise a blade to her. I laughed and set the knife back. No point scaring her more. She'd latched onto me, and one more scare might make her faint. She let out a breath, oddly pleased. She'd been right. I wasn't going to hurt her. There was no raw meat to cook yet, so the kitchen would sit idle until tomorrow's catch. I just hoped the cages would snare something normal next time, not another strange beast person. Food was the priority, and now I had an extra mouth to feed. I opened the chat to check on everyone. Same story. People short on materials, people who'd barely upgraded, people debating whether anyone could possibly have built a kitchen yet. I'm betting not a single person has, one of them wrote. I closed it. As far as I could tell, I was the only one with a kitchen, the only one already gathering for a forge heart. All thanks to the enhancement system. It made me wonder if anyone else had gotten one too. As I stepped out of the kitchen, the fox darted past me, ran to the open door, and pushed it shut. Warmth rushed back into the room. I'd forgotten the door was even open. Well, aren't you clever? I said, smiling. She grinned back, and I realized then she could understand me perfectly. She'd just been too scared to show it. Night fell. The fox sat drooping, head nodding, clearly exhausted, but for some reason refusing to sleep. I left her to it, kicked off my shoes, and climbed into bed. At that, she shook herself awake and clambered up after me, lying down beside me, hands folded neatly on her chest, eyes shut. You can't sleep here. I picked her up and set her on the floor. You sleep in the chair. The bed was small, and I wanted it to myself. She wasn't happy, but she didn't show it, just nodded and curled up obediently on the chair. In the middle of the night, while I slept, a small shape slipped off the chair and crept through the dark until her hand found the edge of the bed. She climbed up, found an empty spot, and lay down. Then, dissatisfied, she got up again, noticed the gap in front of me, tiptoed over, settled in, and smiled to herself, content. Silent as a whisper. No one could have heard her, least of all someone asleep. The next morning, I woke to something soft and furry curled against my chest. I looked down. The fox, who'd been on the chair the night before, was now tucked into me, head against my chest, hands resting on her own belly, breathing slow and even. Fast asleep. I didn't wake her. She'd disobeyed, sure, but at least she'd kept up the pretense, so I let it slide. I eased out of bed, stepped carefully over her, and slipped out the empty side. It was light enough outside. Time to check the cages. I dressed, glanced back at her still sleeping, and quietly shut the door behind me. The snow had erased every trail, but my memory was good, and after a few wrong turns I found the bamboo grove again, swaying in the wind. I walked in and spotted the first cage. Empty. So was the second, its grub dried out on the hook. I sighed. No meat today, just berries. I collected both cages, deciding to try a new spot, and went to the last one, the farthest from my cabin, right at the edge of the dense forest. Beyond it lay thick woods, and to the southeast, a stream that never froze. I'd scouted it before, hoping for fish, but it was too narrow and shallow for anything worth catching. Still, an unfrozen stream meant living water, which meant somewhere up or downstream there had to be a deeper river, maybe even a lake. The forest always felt like it was hiding something dangerous, so I gave it a wide berth. I looked at the last cage, sighed, and saw nothing but snow. Then I caught it, something small and white inside. Like a snowball, except this snowball was breathing, rising and falling. I leaned in. The thing sensed me and snapped its eyes open, revealing red pupils. Long ears shot up. A rabbit. Snow hare, the prompt read. Its fur blends perfectly with snow, making it nearly invisible. A favorite prey of many ice plain hunters. My disappointment evaporated. Finally, something I could eat. Just a little rabbit, but tonight I'd have cooked meat. The hare rose onto its hind legs, glaring at me with pure ferocity, like it wanted to tear apart everything in sight. Quite the temper, nothing like the timid fox. I leaned closer, almost pressing against the cage, and it let out a piercing, ear-splitting shriek. I ignored it. It lunged, biting at the bars where I'd leaned in, but its mouth was too small, its teeth too short. It just gnawed uselessly at the metal, head thrashing, eyes blazing. I stopped teasing it, straightened up, and lifted the cage by the handle. The hare went berserk inside, biting and slamming around, the cage rocking, the shrieking grating on my nerves. If it kept this up the whole way home, I'd lose my mind. I gave the cage a hard shake. The hare slammed into the frame, struggled up, and I shook it again, harder. This time it hit the edge, its front legs twitched, and it went still. Out cold. I checked, its chest still rising. Just unconscious, good. Fresher meat tastes better. I'd roast it tonight. Back at the cabin, the little fox was already awake, lying on the bed, chin in her hands, staring at the door. The longer I didn't come back, the more anxious she got. What if he doesn't want me anymore? She fretted. Was it because she'd sneaked into bed? She wouldn't do it again. She scrambled off the bed and planted herself obediently in the chair, eyes locked on the door, and right as she was about to doze off, the door opened. I came in and tossed the cage down with a clunk. She jerked awake, looked over, and the wariness in her eyes melted into adoration the moment she saw it was me. She got up and ran toward me, then stopped short, right in front of the cage, crouching to study the unconscious hare inside. "We'll roast it later," I said. She lit up, bouncing beside the cage, gesturing at something. I figured she was just hungry. I opened the cage to grab the rabbit, but before I could, she darted in ahead of me and snatched it up. She shook it, the limp hair swinging, plenty of meat on it. I assumed she meant to eat it raw and warned her. "You can't eat it raw. I said we'd cook it." She shook her head, held up the hare, and pointed at the kitchen with her other hand. "I'll cook it for you." I stared, stunned. She could talk after all, so she'd been staying silent on purpose. While I stood there processing that, she'd already marched into the kitchen, picked up the knife, and started skinning the hare with practiced ease. A while later, she trotted back out, a perfectly roasted rabbit in her hands, and held it up to me like she was presenting a trophy. The skin glistened with fat, the smell of cooked meat thick in the air. I took it and bit in. I'd already gotten the truth out of her, why she hadn't spoken before. Too shy, too unsure of me. That explained how she could understand but wouldn't answer. I ate the whole thing, and only afterward did the taste register. It was shockingly good. Crispy skin, tender, juicy meat. No seasoning. The most basic of setups, and still delicious. I couldn't tell if it was her cooking or the ingredient itself. I tore off a piece I'd set aside and offered it to her. Here, try it. Her face lit up. She'd thought I'd forgotten her share. She took it and nibbled away, happy. I checked the chat to pass the time. More starving people, more desperate questions. Someone mentioned a bug you could eat if you weren't too squeamish. Where? Send the location. I'd just eaten roast rabbit, a good one. I felt almost cozy, and I knew exactly why. The enhancement system. It let me gather fast and easy, which let me upgrade fast, which had earned me the beast cages, which got me this meal. Without the cages, my 2 hands alone would never have caught a thing. I lay down, sleep pulling at me, and drifted off. The next morning, I opened my eyes to a new task panel. Find iron ore. Hint, the creature known as the iron-eating ant feeds on iron ore. Follow it to find a deposit. Time limit, 72 hours. Iron-eating ant. I'd never seen one, had no idea what it looked like or where it lived. Searching blind would be like finding a needle in a haystack. Iron-eating ants. I know those. A small, childish voice piped up. I looked down. The fox was gazing up at me. And I know where they are. A flicker of pride on her face. You want to eat those bugs? They're not tasty, I tried. I was thrilled. The very problem I'd been agonizing over, solved in a heartbeat. I'll take you there, she said, leaning against the door, ready to go. I nodded. Finding the ants wasn't just about the task. It was about the iron ore they fed on. She threw the door open and bolted out into the snow, little legs pumping. I followed at an easy pace. We walked a long way, until my feet went numb. Just as I started to wonder if she'd lost the way, she shouted, "It's right here." I looked up, and my eyes widened. A vast field of purple flowers spread across the ice, vivid against all that white. The prompt read, "Winter sunflower. Grows in ice and snow, always turns toward the sun, and its seeds are edible." I glanced at the gray, sunless sky and had nothing to say to that. She pointed at the sea of flowers. I saw the iron-eating ants here. I thanked her, and she smiled, bashful. Every 60 days these flowers make seeds you can eat. They fill you up. Then she added, the ants like to nest under the sunflowers. Let's look. We started searching through the flowers, the fox working especially hard, eager to prove herself useful. She was endearing, and out here on this frozen plain, I wasn't quite so alone anymore. But the ants were hard to find. I was about to ask her for help when I caught movement, small black dots crawling out from under a sunflower I'd been near. I turned. At the base of that flower's roots, a mass of little bugs swarmed together, like ants but a size larger. The prompt confirmed it. Iron-eating ant, feeds on iron ore. If I followed them, they'd lead me straight to the deposit. We follow these ants in a minute, I said. The fox agreed, and so did a deep moo from behind me. The ants moved slowly because of their size, and many were still stuck climbing out from under the flower, so I had time to dig up a few more sunflowers first. But as I worked, a heavy shape came barreling toward me. Horns. 2 of them. I remembered the corpse in the snow, compared it to the thing charging at me, and confirmed it. A minotaur. It was still coming, and I panicked. All I had was the axe and pickaxe, no match for that hulking thing. I was already plotting an escape route when, with a crash, the minotaur pitched face first into the ground. It struggled up and kept coming, slower and slower, dragging itself forward, until it collapsed again and slid to a stop, out cold. That big guy doesn't eat meat, he's a vegetarian, the fox said, peeking out from behind me. He looks scary, but he won't attack other creatures for no reason. A prompt appeared. Minotaur, severely starved, tameable. Taming condition, restore 2,000 stamina. Current stamina, 22 out of 10,000. I gaped at all those zeros. My own stamina capped at 100. This thing had 10,000. 100 times more. If I could tame it, I'd have the ultimate laborer. But 2,000 stamina to tame it, and I had no idea what could restore that much. I could barely fill my own 100. I almost gave up on it. Then my eyes drifted to the sea of sunflowers, and a thought struck. The fox said it was a vegetarian. What if it ate sunflowers? I dug up a whole flower, walked over, and pressed it to the minotaur's mouth, even stuffing some in. Its nose twitched, its body shuddered, and its eyes slowly opened. The moment it saw the flower, Its eyes lit up and it chomped down without hesitation. The panel updated. Current stamina, 822. 1 flower, 800 stamina. This creature was built for labor. And stamina was no problem. The ground was carpeted with these flowers. I grabbed the pickaxe and started digging. Better stockpile some. Soon a pile of sunflowers lay scattered around me, the ice pocked with holes. I fed the minotaur a few more, and its strength returned fast. Soon it was sitting up, then devouring flowers by the mouthful, leaves and all, like it hadn't eaten in ages. Current stamina, 2,422. Then, the prompt I wanted. Taming successful. Minotaur tamed. Loyalty 60%. Below 50%, it may leave. High stamina, suited for physical labor. So I couldn't let it go hungry. I need to keep plenty of sunflowers on hand. The minotaur was fully awake now, eyes wide and alert. It lumbered to its feet, looked around, and spotted me, its face breaking into something like joy. It remembered, I was the one who'd fed it. This person gave me food. This person is good. Moo, it bellowed, and I could see a flicker of respect in its eyes. It had noticed the scattered flowers, all dug up by me, and figured this human must be impressive. It had gone so long without food. I looked at its fierce features arranged into a goofy, friendly grin and couldn't help laughing. The thing looked a little dim. The question was whether it could actually work. Ahem. I pointed at a nearby tree. Minotaur, go chop that tree down. Every inch, the farm owner. It nodded and started off. Wait. I pulled out the axe. Use this. And be quick. It took the axe, nodded, moo moo, and swung at the tree. A minute later the trunk crashed down and vanished. Wood +1. I was delighted. The enhanced axe worked for the minotaur too, same effect. So the enhancement applied to the tool, not to me. The minotaur trotted back, beaming, and thrust the axe up. Moo. It was showing off. I nearly jumped, half thinking it meant to attack. It just wanted praise. Good work, I said, and checked its stamina. 2,422 down to 2,420. 2 stamina per tree. If I filled its meter, it could fell thousands of trees without stopping. It burned far less than I did. A perfect tireless worker. I sent it off to gather while I crouched to dig more sunflowers, wondering if the fox might know where the ant nests were. That was when I noticed the black specks crawling out from beneath a flower I'd just pulled. I leaned in. A whole swarm of them packed together, bigger than ordinary ants, all marching in the same direction. The prompt read, iron-eating ant, feeds on iron ore. My hunch was right. I could follow them to the iron. We follow these ants soon, I said. Both the fox and the minotaur answered at once. Since the ants moved slow, I had time to dig a few more flowers. Come get a tool, dig more sunflowers, I told the minotaur, but both of them came over, hands out, asking for the pickaxe. I handed it to the minotaur and waved the fox off. You don't need to. Then it hit me. I'd tamed 2 creatures now. I couldn't keep calling out commands without names. They'd never know who I meant. So I gave them names. I patted the minotaur, still digging. From now on, your name is Taiju, Iron Pillar. When I say Taiju, I'm talking to you. It nodded hard. Moo moo, I'm Taiju. Then I looked at the fox, watching curiously. And you'll be Xiao Xiao. She froze, then beamed. I have a name now. It took less than 2 minutes to name them both. Crude names, maybe, but I'd put thought into them. I gathered the dug-up flowers into my bag, then called Taiju off. That's enough, save the rest. I had plenty to feed him for a while. I looked down at the steady stream of ants and got ready to move. Taiju, come here, crouch down with your back to me. He obeyed, lowering his huge frame. His back was wider than I was tall, easily strong enough to ride, with room for 2. I climbed up, tested it, solid. I lifted Xiao Xiao onto his head. Hold on to his horns, don't fall off. She nodded nervously, settled herself, and gripped tight. I straddled his neck, planted my feet on his shoulders, and patted him. Taiju, let's go. He tilted his head, confused. Moo. He didn't know which way. Right, I hadn't told him. I pointed at the dark patch of ants. See those ants? Follow them. Wherever they go, you go. He understood and set off after them. His steps were slow and steady. Xiao Xiao, scared at first, relaxed once she felt how stable he was. One hand on a horn, the other waving in the air, little feet swinging, perfectly at ease. I relaxed too, drowsiness creeping in. I wrapped my arms around his neck and let my eyes close for a bit. Taiju plodded along after the ants, yawning, while they marched in their orderly line. They turned left, and he turned left. A few minutes later they turned back, and he turned back. After more than 10 of these zigzags, the ants kept crawling, but Taiju stopped dead, staring at something ahead, and bellowed, "Moo!" The shout jolted me awake. I cracked my eyes open, about to ask what was wrong, and then I saw it. Not far ahead, a massive canyon split the earth, so deep its bottom was lost in pure darkness. There was no telling how far down it went, but it radiated danger, an eerie sense of threat rising out of the black. I didn't like it. Anything could ambush us down there. But the ants were already filing in, which meant the iron ore was almost certainly down in that canyon. To get it, I'd have to go in. I woke Xiao Xiao, who dozed off on Tieju's head. "Xiao Xiao, wake up, stay alert." She nodded groggily. I nudged Taiju with my foot. "Taiju, into the canyon." "Moo moo, okay." He started down, and the deeper we went the darker it got, though not yet pitch black. Then a red exclamation mark flashed before my eyes. "Warning! Entering a dangerous area." In the distance, a huge black shape moved, slowly working 8 long legs, pacing back and forth. It looked like a spider. But could a spider really be that big? My nerves screamed at me to turn back. That exclamation mark had appeared out of nowhere, which meant this thing was something else entirely. The first time the system had thrown a warning right in my face. There was no way Taiju and I could beat it, and Xiao Xiao wouldn't even be a snack for it. "Back up." "We retreat. Wait for the spider to leave, then come back," I whispered. Taiju started to turn. "Quietly. Don't let it hear you." Then the spider slammed a front leg into the ground, and all 8 legs began churning, scrambling straight toward us. It found us, I thought, my heart lurching. We're done for. Running was no longer an option. It would catch us before we reached the mouth of the canyon. I leaned close to Tieju's ear. "Don't move. Crouch against the wall." The canyon was dim, hard to spot someone tucked in the shadows. The spider had good eyes, but if it wasn't actually coming for us, we might escape its notice. A gamble. Taiju, terrified, whispered, "Moo? Why aren't we running? I can't beat that thing." I clapped a hand over his mouth. "Quiet, trust me." He wanted to argue, truly afraid, but in the end he chose to trust me, lowering himself, folding his bulk into the dark. Xiao Xiao and I slid off and hid behind him, watching the spider close in. The closer it got, the clearer it became. 8 thick, long legs, fur to a side, covered in bristly half-black, half-red hairs. A cluster of blood-red eyes. Fangs gleaming with a cold light. My skin crawled. I held my breath. The prompt appeared. Giant snowplane wolf spider. Extremely dangerous, low intelligence. Stamina 1000. Attack 300. Agility 243. Skill, frostweb spit, with poison. I went cold all over. Other creatures only showed stamina. This one had attack, agility, and a skill. And those 2 words, extremely dangerous. If it spotted us, we were dead. It was almost on top of us now. I stopped breathing, praying. But the spider's legs went still, its whole body freezing in place, eyes swiveling. My stomach dropped. It's seen us. I started to rise, ready to run, hand reaching for Tieju's shoulder. Bah! Bah! A fat shape burst out from deeper in the canyon. It looked like an ordinary goat, but the size of a horse. Bah! Bah! The spider's many eyes locked onto it instead, and its legs surged forward, racing after the goat. The goat saw the threat, reared, and bolted for the canyon exit, fast. The spider tore after it, and in the blink of an eye, both vanished. I sat frozen for a second, then snapped to. No time to waste. Now, start mining. I had to find the iron before the spider came back. I scanned for the ants, but they'd disappeared. Then my eye caught a small rock with a strange sheen nearby. I rushed to it. Iron ore, a mineral. I let out a breath. Lucky. I didn't even hand it to Taiju, just swung the pickaxe myself. A minute later the ore crumbled to ash. Task complete. Reward, 1 map fragment. A map, so I wouldn't have to worry about getting lost. Only a fragment, but fragments could be collected into a whole. I dropped it in my bag and turned to the ore. Taiju, see the rock I just broke? He looked blank, shook his head. I found another piece, pointed at it. This one, dig up as much as you can. I handed him the pickaxe and stood guard. Iron ore, +1, +1, +1. After a while, I heard heavy footsteps from the canyon mouth. The spider was back, and impaled on one of its legs was the goat. Xiao Xiao buried her face in my chest, trembling. I quickly called Taiju off. Stop, get over here quietly. He crept to my side. The spider hauled its prize past us, the very picture of a victor, eyes flicking our way as if by accident, but its steps never paused. It carried the goat deep into the canyon, off to feast. I broke out in a cold sweat. One flicker of suspicion, and the three of us would have ended up like that goat. Let's go, Taiju, I said, patting the still shaking fox. Xiao Xiao, the spider's gone, it's fine. She peeked out, looked around, and slowly crawled free. We slipped out of the canyon and put real distance between us and that place before I finally relaxed and remembered the ore. I pulled up the panel. Iron ore, 32. I blinked. In that short time, Taiju had mined 32 units. The Minotaur was incredible, far more than the 10 I needed for the Forge Heart. But wood and stone were running low. I'd been so focused on iron I'd neglected them. I shoved both the axe and pickaxe into Tieju's hands. Taiju, chopping and mining are your job now. Moo! He roared happily and charged off toward the trees. Wood +1. Stone +1. In under 10 minutes the panel announced, materials sufficient to build the Forge Heart. I called him off. Taiju, that's enough, let's go home. He nodded, tucked the axe away, and came to my side. I scooped up Xiao Xiao, had him crouch, and climbed on. Taiju, back to the cabin. Moo. He nodded, then shook his head. What's a cabin? He'd never been there. I cleared my throat. Just follow my directions. Moo moo. Working from memory and Xiao Xiao's reminders, it took 2 or 3 hours to get home. When the familiar wooden walls came into view, I nudged him to hurry. He sped up to the door and crouched to let us down. So this is the cabin? Moo moo. I hopped off, set Xiao Xiao on the ground, and stepped inside. Warmth washed over me, soothing my stiff, frozen face. Xiao Xiao bounced in after me and curled up on the chair, eyes drooping. Taiju had trouble, too big for the door, and after several tries finally squeezed through in something close to a kneel. Forge Heart materials sufficient. Build? Yes. White light flooded the room, so bright I shielded my eyes. When it cleared, a massive furnace stood in the center of the cabin, 2 men wide, running clear up to the ceiling, sealed flush against the stone floor without a gap. Forge Heart built. Congratulations, the enhancement system has been upgraded. Daily uses +1. Remaining uses, 2. I stared, then grinned. The enhancement system could level up. That meant I could enhance the axe and pickaxe a second time. Before I could test it, another panel appeared. Forge Heart, level 1, upgradable. Consumes 1 wood per hour, provides warmth and range, withstands blizzards. Current range, 3 meters. Upgrade cost, 20 iron ore. Upgrade, 20. I had 32. I upgraded without hesitation. Another flash, smaller this time. Forge Heart, level 2. Consumes 2 wood per hour. Warmth radius, for meters. Upgrade cost, 40 iron ore. The furnace had grown, the warmth around it richer and more comfortable. The catch, the bigger it got, the more wood it burned. But with Taiju and that forest nearby, wood was never going to be the problem. Good stuff, I said, and for the first time since I'd arrived in this frozen world, I let myself smile. Cold light spilled through the gaps in the cabin walls. The Forge Heart sat in the center of the room, a small hollow in its middle showing the fire roaring away inside. The closer you got, the warmer it grew. And from outside came a steady dripping, the thick snow on the roof finally melting. I didn't waste the morning. I called up the enhancement system. 2 uses left for the day, and I spent both, running the axe and the pickaxe through a second enhancement. They came out faster and lighter than before, both of them. I thought about it, then tossed the axe to Taiju and kept the pickaxe for myself. I didn't need the axe much anymore. It was more useful in the Minotaur's hands. I sat on the bed, staring into the flickering core of the furnace, doing math in my head. The next Forge Heart level needed 40 iron ore. I had a little over 10 left in the bag, 20 some short. Where was I supposed to find that? The canyon was off the table now. The spider had probably finished digesting that goat, and walking in there today would be serving myself up as the next meal. That was when my eye caught something in the corner of my pack. A small object, lying quietly. The map fragment. I'd forgotten all about the task reward. I pulled it out and unfolded it, and the scrap, smaller than my palm, suddenly stretched into a square sheet a meter on every side, covered in markers and strange symbols I couldn't make sense of. A compass in the corner showed the 4 directions. This is a fragment? How big is this world supposed to be? But first things first, I needed to find where my cabin sat on the map, then use it as a center and search outward. The trouble was, there was too much packed onto the map, all of it crammed together, and I couldn't tell where I was. Then I spotted a white symbol dead in the center, shaped like a campfire, 2 crossed logs with a little flame on top. I tapped it. One word appeared. Camp. So that was my cabin. This changed everything. With the cabin as my anchor, exploring outward would be far easier. At the very least, I'd never get lost again. Right as I started planning, my stomach reminded me it was empty, and sure enough, the system flashed. Hunger. Health draining. Current health, 30. I opened the bag, meaning to finish off the last few frost berries. You're hungry, master? Xiao Xiao piped up. I nodded. A little. I saved a little piece of rabbit from last time. Let me handle it. She grinned and explained, old habit. Never knew where the next meal was coming from. Before I could answer, she'd already darted into the kitchen, dug a small piece of rabbit out of some corner, cut it into bits, threaded them onto a wooden skewer, and started roasting. I stared after her. Having the little fox around really did beat being alone. I lay back and opened the chat to pass the time. Same as ever. People begging to know where Iron Ore was. People who'd gotten lost 3 times in the white and nearly died for want of a map. People watching their health tick toward 0. And then one line that stopped me. Someone had found a little girl, and she had ears and a tail. Another voice. You don't mean a beast girl, do you? Reading that last exchange, something turned over in my chest. Beyond Xiao Xiao, this world must hold all kinds of beast folk. Different races, different ages. And I doubted most of them would meet kind fates. I checked the counts. World chat, 3.6 billion. Regional, 580,000. I hadn't paid attention in days, and the number had fallen this far. A large blizzard was coming in a month. I could only hope everyone made it through. In the meantime, the dead would pile into a mountain. I sighed, and right then the smell drifted out of the kitchen and I swallowed hard. Xiao Xiao came over holding a skewer of roast meat. All done, master. Tell me how it tastes. I took it and bit in. The juice ran, the flavor filled my mouth. This is what surviving is for. I finished it in a few bites and sank into the bed, soaking in the warmth of the room, drifting towards sleep. Half awake, I felt something warm and soft press against my chest. Xiao Xiao, I thought, and then I was gone. The cabin wasn't big, and it wasn't all that sturdy, but it sealed out the wind and the snow. And I didn't have to worry about anything breaking in, not with Taiju standing guard outside. I felt settled. Step by step, I'd build this place up. The next morning, a thread of sunlight slipped through a gap in the wall and landed on my face. I opened my eyes and shaded them with the back of my hand. The sun, of all things, today. I could feel Xiao Xiao still curled against my chest. I eased her off and got up to pull on my coat. I'd just zipped it and was heading for the door when something felt wrong. Taiju was lying collapsed in front of the door, limp, not moving, trembling faintly, looking like he didn't have long left. I rushed over. Don't tell me the Minotaur was sick. Taiju, are you okay? A prompt appeared. Minotaur, hunger state. Stamina, 89 out of 20,000. I rubbed my head. Taiju had hauled the 3 of us back and forth, chopped trees, mined ore. Of course his stamina was gone. I'm so sorry, big guy. I nearly let you starve. I dug a few winter sunflowers out of the bag and held them out. He raised a shaking hand, got it halfway up, and let it drop. He didn't even have the strength to grip. So I stepped close and fed the flowers into his mouth myself. If I'd slept in today, my brave bull would have starved right here on the doorstep. I laughed, helpless. The Minotaur really was too simple. From now on, you tell me when you're hungry. We've got plenty of flowers. I patted his shoulder, and he nodded, chewing through the effort. Stamina, 2,489. Once he'd finished the flowers, Taiju finally topped back up. He climbed to his feet, strength returning. I counted what was left in the bag. Still a fair number, but at his appetite, not many meals worth. Time to stock up. That settled today's main task. Lay in food. If I was heading out for sunflowers anyway, I might as well gather other food too. I'm a living, breathing person, and I have to eat. I'd misjudged last time and grabbed too little. This time I'd bring back plenty. I glanced at Xiao Xiao curled asleep on the bed, hating to wake her. But I remembered how pitifully she'd waited for me before, so I shook her gently. "Want to go find food, Xiao Xiao?" She blinked awake, groggy, and the moment the words registered her mind snapped sharp. "Mm." She nodded, scrambled up, and ran for the kitchen. "Let me roast some meat. It'll be quick." While she cooked, I pulled out the map and studied it, marking the forest, the bamboo grove, the stream. Food might turn up at any of them. She trotted back out with a skewer of roast rabbit. I ate it in a few bites, and we headed for the door, where I clapped the dazed Minotaur on the back. "Out to dig flowers, Taiju." "Crouch down." "Moo." He dropped. I lifted Xiao Xiao on, and we set off. "Keep going straight. Turn at that tree, then keep on." I read the map and called directions, heading for the forest first. Xiao Xiao lay across his head, peering left and right, taking in the scenery. Soon a wide stand of trees appeared. "We're here, Taiju." He crouched. I hopped down, and Xiao Xiao jumped off on her own this time, poking around. "Taiju, you chop here. Xiao Xiao and I will look inside for food." There was no point dragging him in. "Moo moo, okay." No complaints. He just picked up the axe and got to work. "Wood plus one. Wood plus one." "Xiao Xiao, stop playing, stay with me." She nodded and bounced over to my side, falling in step, and the two of us walked into the trees. Sadly, the forest held nothing. It looked vast, but a few steps, and we'd reached the end. At least we'd gathered plenty of wood, I told myself. Let's try somewhere else. Next stop, a bamboo grove. Left, straight, then right up ahead. Riding Tieju's shoulders, map in one hand, pointing with the other, I had to admit the map made everything easier. Half an hour on, we reached the grove and slid down. "Scout ahead," I told Xiao Xiao. "Anything wrong, come back and warn us." She wasn't strong, but she was small and quick, and she could run from danger. Then I turned to Taiju. "Keep the axe ready. Anything comes close, you chop it." Neither objected, and Xiao Xiao and I went in. The grove was much like the last, just a little larger. Something tugged at me, and I looked down to find the little fox. "This one's tasty." She held up a frost grub, beaming. I laughed and took it, dropping it in the bag. I had no interest in eating it, but she liked them, so I'd stock a few for her. We crossed the whole grove and found nothing but more grubs. I was disappointed. 2 spots now, both empty. Looked like a wasted trip. There were still other places to check, so I shook it off. We'd eat first. I tossed Taiju a few sunflowers and ate a frostberry myself. Only a few left. If I didn't find other food, tomorrow I'd be sampling Xiao Xiao's beloved grubs. I shuddered. No thanks. 2 berries in, I was full enough, stamina back in the healthy range. Xiao Xiao came back from the grove looking thoroughly unsatisfied, a fistful of grubs in each hand, cramming them in her mouth. I let it go and opened the map. Next, the stream. We followed the route, and soon a small creek stretched out before us. No end in sight either way. Strangely, the water hadn't frozen. It flowed, slow and clear, and along the banks grew sparse weeds and wildflowers. Plants, in a place this cold? I started forward to look closer. "Moo!" Taiju bellowed, and there was excitement in it. I turned. He stood a little way off, and beyond him spread a vast sea of pale purple flowers. I ran over. If I remembered right, winter sunflowers were exactly that color. Sure enough, up close, there were even more of them than on the ice slab before. "Taiju, dig the flowers. Eat when you're hungry, then keep digging." I tossed him the pickaxe. This time I'd stock up for days. Half an hour later, dozens of flowers lay strewn across the ground, and Taiju was still hard at it. I unfolded the map and weighed it. There were more places to go, and this was plenty for now. I could always come back. So I gathered the 30-some flowers into the bag. "Let's move, Taiju. You've got enough." He stared longingly at the remaining flowers, dragging his feet, glancing back every other step. I shoved him along. "We'll come back when these are gone. Stop looking so wounded." At those words, the wilted Minotaur lit up in an instant. "Moo moo." He bellowed twice and charged forward, nearly bucking me off, Xiao Xiao clinging to his horns for dear life. With Taiju sprinting, we neared the next spot in no time. I just steadied myself when light stabbed my eyes. I rubbed them and looked again. About 200 meters off, something huge was reflecting the sunlight, its surface smooth and flat, like a mirror set into the world. What is that thing? The more I stared, the more baffled I got. Taiju, take us to that shining place. He carried us up to a tangled mass of mirrored ice, and I looked up, mouth falling open. Slab after slab of ice crystal crowded together, each a different height, thin columns of water running down from each one to a base below. And more astonishing still, every slab was covered, packed, with them. Frostberries. There were so many slabs jammed together I couldn't begin to count them, and conservatively, I figured at least 100 berries. In the sunlight, the whole place threw off light. I rubbed my stinging eyes, heart pounding. 100 berries. Stretched out, I alone could eat for months. Sure, I'll turn into a monkey eating these every day, but beggars can't be choosers. Even feeding Xiao Xiao and Taiju too. This would last us to the day of the large blizzard, which meant food was no longer a worry. A weight lifted off my chest. Let's pick them all, I ordered. I knocked one down with the pickaxe, then frowned at the higher ones. Even Taiju wasn't tall enough. A berry bounced off the top of my head. I looked down. A frostberry. You two get the low ones, I'll get the high ones. Xiao Xiao's voice came from above. She was scaling the ice on all fours, fast, light enough that the slabs didn't budge. Careful you don't fall. I raised my brows. I hadn't realized how nimble she was. She threw down a few more, and this time I caught them all. If the berries weren't spaced apart, at her speed, she'd have stripped the whole thing in minutes. After a while, with plenty still left up top, I started thinking. Faster way to do this. Moo, master. I have a plan. I looked at the Minotaur. Let's hear it, Taiju. He got excited. My plan only needs a few seconds. What plan? I blinked at him. Had the dim bulb suddenly switched on? Before I'd finished, he was already backing up. Then he spun, lowered his head, and charged the ice slab. Crash. His two massive, rock-hard horns slammed into it, and the whole wall shuddered 3 times, every berry trembling. One pass wasn't enough, so he backed up and did it again. Another crash. This time the already loosened berries began raining down onto the soft snow, a downpour of fruit. And down with them came Xiao Xiao. She'd been mid-reach when the violent shaking hit, and before she could react, the second tremor came, harder, and she lost her balance and dropped. I lunged forward and caught her clean, setting her down on the snow. Nice work, Taiju, I laughed. Moo, he rumbled, pleased. The berries had fallen from a height, but the snow was soft, and none had bruised. I set the bag in the middle and crouched to gather them. Wait, don't move. I dropped my voice. Xiao Xiao and Taiju both froze. I'd spotted something. A patch of snow not far off, ordinary, except for a pair of ears poking up from the middle. White, fuzzy ears, nearly merged with the snow. They twitched, and then their owner revealed itself. A snow hare, the same as the one I'd caught in the bamboo grove. My mouth watered. The stored meat was gone, and berries, however many, never matched meat, especially Xiao Xiao's fresh-roasted kind. See that rabbit? I murmured. They nodded. We moved together. Catch it. Xiao Xiao volunteered. Me first. She was nimbler than the Minotaur, well suited to a quick creature like that. But I shook my head and clapped Tieju's arm. You go, Taiju. Move slow, don't scare off our dinner. That hare was nearly as big as Xiao Xiao herself. Send her, and who knew who'd be catching home? The Minotaur dropped flat and started inching toward the rabbit on his elbows, an absurd sight. Taiju. I couldn't help laughing. A creature that big could ball himself up and still be spotted instantly. Don't crawl. I'll lure it out with a grub. You pin it the moment it's close. Got it. Moo. He scrambled up and tiptoed off to one side. I pulled 2 grubs from the bag and tossed them onto the snow. Their strange scent drifted off on the breeze. I led Xiao Xiao back a few dozen steps, out of sight. Before long the hare followed the smell, hopping closer, head swiveling, sharply alert. Just as it reached the grubs and bent to feast, I signaled Taiju. Now, he surged up and brought the axe down, but it bit empty snow. The hare had spotted him the instant he moved, and in the gap while he raised the axe, it sprang clear. Before he could swing again, it wheeled and fled, away from where we hid. I gave chase, scooping up the 2 grubs along the way. Can't lose the small stuff chasing the big stuff. After it, Taiju. The Minotaur ran ahead, fast, almost on the hare, when it dove into the ground and vanished. Taiju hacked furiously at the hole where it had disappeared, a burrow. He was livid, made a fool of by a rabbit. The hare poked its head back out, red eyes brimming with mockery, and there was nothing he could do but rage and chop harder, the axe leaving nothing but dents in the snow. I arrived, took one look at the steaming minotaur and the rabbit hole, and understood at once. Easy stop. We couldn't get into that burrow. But there's an old saying, a cunning rabbit keeps 3 holes. The tunnels ran in every direction, and I could use that to drive it out. I rubbed my chin and called them over. Xiao Xiao, search nearby for other tunnel entrances. Find one, plant a stick beside it as a marker. Once you're sure there are no more, come find me. Okay, on it. She ran off and, sure enough, found another hole less than 10 meters from the first, planted a stick, and kept searching. Soon she found a third, all of them rabbit-sized, clearly the work of one hare. After a final sweep turned up nothing more, she ran back. Found them. 2 more holes. Marked them both with sticks. I nodded and moved to the next step. Taiju, go block the other 2 holes. There are sticks marking them. He nodded and set off. I crouched with Xiao Xiao by the first hole, watching close so we wouldn't miss our moment. Taiju found a marked hole, scooped up a great armful of snow, and slammed it over the opening. The snow scattered, covering most of it. A few more passes and the hole was sealed. Then he stamped it down hard until the snow packed flush against the earth. He repeated it at the other hole, brushed himself off, and returned. With the other exits blocked, we only had to watch this one. The rabbit had nowhere to run. Half an hour of watching, and I was getting restless. Then my ears caught it. A faint scratching, something moving under the snow. I peered out from behind a wall of snow. An ear emerged from the hole, then the rabbit's head. Thinking the danger had passed, it had come out to forage again. Now, get it. The rabbit bolted, doubling back toward another exit, only to find nothing but smooth white snow. Xiao Xiao shot forward, fast, and in an instant she was on it, gripping its ears. I crossed in 2 strides and finished it with the axe before it could struggle free. Roast meat again tonight, master. Xiao Xiao bounced with glee. Moo. Taiju came up, remembered the rabbit's mocking eyes, saw it limp on the ground, and grasped what had happened. He snorted. Stupid rabbit. Mock me, will you? You really took that to heart, didn't you? I laughed. Then again, a 3-meter minotaur, taunted by a little snow hare. Nobody could let that slide. Xiao Xiao dressed the rabbit. Doing it back home would leave a blood smell that might draw predators. I tossed her the rabbit and the axe, and she had it processed in no time, handing me the pelt, soft and dense. All done, master. I pocketed it and bagged the meat. Good work, everyone. Rest a bit, then we head home. I went looking for a spot to sit that wouldn't freeze me, and hadn't found one when. What in the world is that? 100 meters dead ahead, a massive white bear was barreling toward us, snapping every branch it brushed without slowing, tearing across the soft snow at terrifying speed. No time to wonder why. I snatched up Xiao Xiao, scrambled onto Tieju's shoulders, and shouted, Run, Taiju! Get away from it! Even with the minotaur, I had no wish to meet that thing head-on. Taiju ran flat out, but he couldn't match the bear's speed. In a heartbeat, it was right behind him, an arm's length from us. A panel flashed. Young Ice-Claw Demon Bear, low intelligence. Stamina 1,500. Attack 160. Agility 188. Skill, Frost Claw Strike, freezing effect. I closed it fast. Another native creature, like the spider, though its numbers ran well below it. I sized up Taiju. In a real fight, we might not come out on the bottom. The bear was a touch shorter than him, stockier, but Taiju had the enhanced axe, plus me and Xiao Xiao. Even if we couldn't win, we could run. Then a gust of wind cut behind me. I turned, saw the bear's claw swinging for me, and threw myself aside, barely clearing it. Nearly split my backside in 2. No choice but to fight. Stop running, Taiju. Turn and hit it back. The minotaur dug in, wheeled, and swung the axe at the bear. Crack. The bear knocked the axe aside with one paw, the force stinging Tieju's palms. He staggered back, steadied his stance, repositioned the blade, and before he could raise it, the bear's paw came down again. He caught it on the axe, but half a second later the next blow followed. He was struggling, fading fast. I hadn't expected the bear to hit this hard. We harass it, split its focus, I told Xiao Xiao. Okay, what do I do? She was worried, and rightly. Charging in, she'd be swatted away by a stray blow before she landed a scratch. I knew it too. We were both too weak, even with enhanced tools. Nothing in front of this bear. Pelt its eyes with snow. I decided, scooping up a fistful, packing it hard, and hurling it. Xiao Xiao copied me, lending support from the side. A bear's hide is thick. A snowball anywhere else wouldn't bother it. But the eyes are the eyes, fragile no matter how tough the rest. The snowball burst against its eye socket, ice scattering into the eye. The bear roared, cold and stinging, and clapped a paw over its face. Taiju seized the moment and swung. The bear was a beat too slow and took a hit, the rest blocked behind its paw. But one was enough. A red gash opened across the white fur, blood welling out. It snarled in pain, then bellowed in fury. I watched, brow tight. That was the enhanced axe, and Taiju had swung with everything, and still he'd only wounded it. Its defense was absurd. I bent, came up with a sharp stone, gripped it, and aimed for the eye the same as before. One hit didn't do it, so I'd go harder. I threw the stone straight at the bear's face. It whistled through the air and struck before the bear could shut its eye. Blood bloomed. Roar. Now blind, the bear staggered and thrashed, swinging its claws at nothing. Taiju charged in and chopped at the soft spot, the axe carving the belly open, blood pouring out. The belly hide was far thinner than the back, and this wound ran deep. The bear howled, wiped one eye partly clear, and heedless of its bleeding gut, reared back and lunged at a spot to the side. Xiao Xiao was standing there, frozen, staring, nearly too slow to react. Xiao Xiao, move. My shout snapped her free, and she dodged aside just clear of the bear's huge body. My heart lurched. A second slower, and she'd have been crushed flat. The bear hit empty snow, and its bulk slammed down, sending snow flying, the ground trembling. Taiju now. While it couldn't move, we had to finish it. If it got up again, we'd be locked in another long fight, maybe hurt. The Minotaur swung, but, thinking the bear already cornered, not fast enough. The axe hit nothing. The bear, as if anticipating it, rolled aside, dodging the strike, and scrambled up, its white coat now caked with filth and blood, its belly a frightening red. Realizing it couldn't win, it heaved itself around to flee. Taiju, it's running, hit its head. He raised the axe and brought it down at the skull, meaning to end it in one blow. The bear flung up a paw to guard its head, another to slap the axe away. But this time it was too slow, and the blade drove clean into the gap between its claws, severing half the paw, only a flap of skin keeping it attached. Taiju bore down, the skin parted, and half the paw dropped into the snow. Roar! The bear let out a long cry and fled without hesitation. Taiju gave chase, but even gravely wounded the bear was quick, and in a few bounds it vanished into the brush. He chased a long while, gasping, and never caught it, finally trudging back, head hanging. I rose on my toes and patted his head. It's fine, you did well. And it wasn't a total loss. I picked up the severed half paw and turned it over, my first time seeing such a thing. Heavy, a couple of kilos, for sharp claws on it, with a fifth still on the bear. The claws were hard as iron rods, tips keen enough to slice through hide with ease. The cut end was a churn of frozen flesh, blood crystallized into red ice flowers. Nothing else useful in it, so I bagged it, circled the area, found only snow, and called the others to head home. Riding Tieju's shoulders with the wind on my face and a pack stuffed with food, I felt a contentment I couldn't name. Soon we were back. Inside, the Forge Heart's warmth swept away a whole day's chill. I warmed myself by the fire and asked the Minotaur at the door, "Taiju, you're not hurt?" He looked all right, but the bear had landed plenty of blows. He shook his head. Thick skin, thick hide, and it kept aiming for the axe. I didn't quite believe him, so I checked him over myself. A few small scrapes, otherwise exactly as he'd said. Tough as they came. Fitting for a bull. Still, I handed him a few sunflowers to recover. Moo. His eyes lit up at them. He'd carried most of the fight, after all. An extra reward was only fair. Pulling out the flowers, I drew the bear paw out too. The ice on it had melted, leaving dark brown stains on the claws. I tossed the half paw in front of Xiao Xiao. "Can you roast a demon bear paw?" A flicker of difficulty crossed her face. She'd never even seen one, let alone cooked it. But she nodded, hauled the heavy thing into the kitchen with effort. Should be about like roasting a rabbit's foot, right? While the others cooked and ate, I sat on the bed and opened the chat for intel. Same picture. People down to a sliver of health, begging for food, swearing to repay tenfold, 100-fold. Others scoffing at them. One generous soul finally letting slip that the grubs on the white bamboo were edible and not half bad, and a swarm immediately demanding the grove's location, offering frost berries in trade. Even after all these days, a good share of people still hadn't found enough to eat, or had turned up only fruit and weeds that didn't even cover the stamina spent gathering. I counted myself lucky. A good haul of meat today. Had we come back empty, it'd have been frost berries for a long, long while, and even those I was sick of just thinking about. Then a smell hit my nose, richer than the roast rabbit, something almost like beef, but not quite. I glanced at Taiju outside and decided not beef was the better thought. My stomach growled, though the panel showed I wasn't even hungry. I was just craving it. Before long, Xiao Xiao waved me over. It's done, come try. She hadn't skewered it, but rigged a little frame of branches over the fire and roasted the whole paw on top. It looked like a lump of black charcoal, but the smell pouring off it was something else. I skewered it on a stick and hauled it up. Even cooked, it was heavy. Careful, it's hot. I carried it to the board and carved it into 3 portions, handing them around. Xiao Xiao, take one out to Taiju, see if he likes it. The last one's yours. Everybody earned it today. Then I grabbed a piece and bit in, and my eyes went wide. The flavor was genuinely stunning. Soft and chewy, the tendons distinct, the lean meat not dry, the fat almost gelatinous, and a clean sweetness lingering after. Amazing. Your cooking keeps getting better. I gave her a thumbs up. She smiled, bashful. I just did it like the rabbit. After the meal, I lay back, idly studying the panel, and my eyes landed on the 2 tools always sitting in my pack, and something clicked. Maybe it's time I forged a weapon. The only real fighter I had was the Minotaur. Xiao Xiao and I were decorations from a distance, harassment at best. I couldn't keep relying on Taiju and an axe, which was better at trees anyway. This frozen plain was full of danger. Without the enhanced axe and Taiju, today I'd be dead. But I had no idea how to make a weapon. The only things I knew how to build by hand were a bow and a spear, and I had no materials for either. You can't cook without rice. Then my eye fell on the 4 bear claws set aside, each one hard and sharp. I jumped up and grabbed one. Ice Claw Demon Bear Paw, processable. Sharp, tough, a rare crafting material. My eyes lit. A rare material. How do I forge this into a weapon? I called up the building system, and sure enough, a once grayed out section now read Forge Bench, unlocked when I'd upgraded the Forge Heart. Forge Bench. Crafts weapons and armor. Cost, 50 wood, 30 stone, 10 iron ore. I had 432 wood, 68 stone, 12 iron ore. Build? Yes. White light flashed, and a waist-high bench appeared in the corner. I sorted through the claws, chose the thickest and sharpest, and walked over. The panel listed every kind of weapon, hammers, blades, bows. What is this? Am I arming a platoon? I picked blades, and a list of knives appeared, almost all of them grayed out, the bench too low a level to forge them. I filtered for what I could make, and one white option jumped to the top. Beast Claw Knife. I picked it without hesitation, the only thing I could craft. Forged from a beast's claw. A fine defensive short blade. Materials, 1 beast claw, 2 iron ore, 20 wood. Build? Yes. White light wrapped the claw and faded, and a curved knife lay on the bench. I picked it up. The edge was wickedly sharp, the tip giving off a cold gleam at the slightest tilt, the workmanship exquisite. System made, top quality. I carried it to the old rabbit bones from before and swung. No resistance at all. The bone split clean in 2, the cut face smooth as glass. I weighed it in my hand, startled at the power packed into such a small blade. A pity it could only handle smaller foes. Against a demon bear or that spider, never mind whether it could pierce them, just getting close enough to swing meant getting swatted flat. Wait, I've got an idea. I opened the enhancement page. I still had a use left, perfect for this. White light came and went. Enhanced beast claw knife. Forged from a beast's claw, a sharp long blade. The knife in my hand was noticeably longer now, far more useful. It was exactly the length I'd have chosen, not an inch too much or too little. Now I had to train with it. And when I saw that Ice Claw bear again, I'd take its other claw and make myself a matched pair. I gathered the 3 remaining claws, set them on the bench, and planned to forge 3 more knives, one for Xiao Xiao to defend herself, unenhanced, just her size, the other 2 stored as spares. Taiju would find them too small to use, but better safe than sorry if a blade ever broke. But when I opened the bench panel, the once white option had gone gray. The iron or line told the story. That single knife had eaten every piece of iron ore I had. Doesn't go far, this stuff, and I just hauled it back. I pocketed the claws, set on finding more iron ore. Not just for weapons, but the Forge Heart's upgrades demanded heaps of it. I spread the map and scoured it for the iron or symbol. Round after round, and the only marked deposit was that canyon, the one home to the giant snowplane wolf spider. Thinking of those 8 thick legs, I shook my head. I didn't believe I could handle it, even with a proper weapon now. But there was no other way. To raise the Forge Heart to level 5, I needed a mountain of iron ore. After a long while with no other source in sight, I sighed and told Xiao Xiao and Taiju, get to sleep. Rest up. Tomorrow we go big. The next morning, after breakfast, the 3 of us set out. I brought every tool and weapon and plenty of food. We were walking into a hard fight, and the higher the risk, the higher the reward. From the chat, the most common complaint was still no food, but beneath that, once people had scraped together the basics, the iron or problem was surfacing. More and more were griping they couldn't find any. If I could deal with the wolf spider, I'd be the first person with iron ore to spare. And once that grayed-out trading post opened, iron ore, scarce as it was, would be hard currency. Before long, we reached the canyon rim again. I gripped the beast claw knife tight. Going in. Stay sharp. They nodded, scanning warily. Then a white shape lunged at me from the corner of my eye. Watch out, enemy. I dropped and rolled aside, dodging it, scrambled up, and turned. A panel appeared. Snowplane wolf. Stamina 900. Attack 96. Agility 213. Skill, camouflage, blends with the environment for ambush. I narrowed my eyes. Its numbers weren't high, far below yesterday's bear. The 3 of us could take it, but we'd need it fast. Wolves rarely travel alone. Hit it, Taiju. He swung. The wolf was quick, ducking back to dodge cleanly. He swung again. It dodged again. Back and forth without a scratch landed. But the wolf couldn't break Tieju's defense either, so all it could do was evade. Xiao Xiao fretted beside me. Let me help him. No. Taiju can handle it. You just get hurt. Still, dragging this out was dangerous. If the wolf fled and brought back reinforcements, we were finished. I thought fast. The wolf knew it couldn't beat the Minotaur, so against the axe it focused entirely on dodging, and that was why it stayed so composed. How to bait it into attacking, so it dropped its guard. An idea struck. The wolf's first target had been me. In its eyes, I was the proper prey. So I rushed forward and stopped at a careless-looking distance, full of openings, putting on a panicked face. The wolf slipped another of Tieju's swings, turned, saw me, and its eyes lit. It spun and charged. Master, danger! Xiao Xiao cried. Taiju lumbered over too slow. Moo. Careful. I'd seen it coming. My left hand gripped the knife, hidden behind my back, my eyes locked on the wolf and the closing distance. When it was less than a meter off, my knife hand snapped up. A wet sound. The blade sheared through flesh and bone, sinking into the wolf's skull. I drove it deeper, then yanked it free. The wolf crashed onto the ice and slid, blood spraying, leaving a wide, dark stain. You okay, master? Taiju rushed up. I shook my head, a little proud. Fine. It's dead, or near enough it won't be causing trouble. He jogged ahead to check, found it dead, and poked the corpse. Get up, then. Dodging my axe. Lot of good it did you. Dying to my master anyway. Xiao Xiao finally let out a breath. Master, you're incredible. But next time leave the dangerous stuff to me and Taiju. You scared me half to death. I smiled and rubbed her head. It's fine. I only did it because I was sure of it. I wiped the blade on the wolf and murmured, what a good knife. Then I handed out berries and sunflowers. Eat up, recover. What's coming won't be easy. I gave Xiao Xiao the knife. Dress this wolf, we're taking it. Okay. She slid it open, and even though the wolf ran over 2 meters, the blade made short work of it. Pelt and meat and bone and claws all separated and stacked. I bagged it all and scanned around, then noticed several lumps of snow bulging along the canyon edge. I walked over with Taiju, swept the snow off, and found hard stone underneath, then cleared a thick layer to reveal a boulder. Huge, the kind an ordinary person couldn't push, let alone lift. I leaned past it and looked down into the canyon. Still that same darkness, poor visibility. But it was daytime, and the wolf spider was enormous. Catching the white of its web, I found it at last in the gloom, sprawled on a giant web, legs lazily propped against the wall. And not far behind it lay a wide stretch of iron ore, the spot we'd mined last time. My heart sank. I'd hoped to sneak in and dig, but the spider was not only still here, it was parked right beside the ore. But we'd come this far. Today I had to find a way to deal with it. I glanced back at the boulder and spoke up. Taiju, can you handle this rock? Push it down from here. He nodded, then shook his head, conflicted. Have to try to know? Moo. An ordinary rock. He'd have agreed at once, but this one was big. He stepped up, planted a foot back, set both hands against it, and shoved, his whole body straining, the muscles in his back and arms trembling. The boulder didn't budge. Too big and square, hard to roll without prying it from below. I checked the other lumps and swept them clear, finding more boulders of similar size, different shapes. I picked the easiest looking one, leaner, more oval. Try this one, Taiju. This time his shove sent it rolling a short way. It moved. My eyes lit. I strode to the spot above the wolf spider. Taiju, push the rock over here. He rolled it across and flopped down, gasping. Now the boulder faced the spider, but a new problem. The spider was over by the far wall. Drop the rock and it might miss, and a miss would only raise its guard, making the next ambush far harder. I had to lure it under the rock first. Xiao Xiao, hit it with snowballs, draw it under the rock. Got it, master. She packed one and hurled it down without hesitation, fast and dead on target, striking the spider. It moved, climbing off the web, eyes rolling, hunting for whoever had hit it. Hey, dummy. Look here, I'm right here. Xiao Xiao stood at the canyon's edge, jumping and jeering. The spider raised its head, its massive eyes fixing on her, unblinking. Keep going, I said. She threw another. Can't reach me, can you? That second hit enraged it. No real damage, but deeply insulting. In this canyon, the wolf spider was the absolute ruler. It would not tolerate some upstart fox mocking it in its own domain. It worked its 8 legs to the foot of the rock wall and started to climb, but 2 legs up it seemed to sense something and recoiled several steps. That wary? Taiju, push. I gritted my teeth and had him send the rock down. Even backed off, the spider was still close to the cliff. This was the only chance. Taiju shoved with everything. The boulder plunged, and with a tremendous crash the whole ground shook, snow sifting down from the canyon edge. If that lands, the spider's done for. I rushed to the edge and looked down. It hit master. Xiao Xiao saw first. But when I made out the scene, my heart sank instead. The boulder had landed beside the spider, catching just one of its legs, pinning it, while the other 7 flailed madly, hammering the rock. Its hard legs cracked against the stone, chips flying. I wanted to finish it, but a long search turned up no second boulder I could move. With the spider still struggling, I gritted my teeth. We'd go down in mine now. Taiju, Xiao Xiao, down we go. If we didn't go now, once it broke free we never would. We climbed to the canyon floor and headed for the ore, passing close by the spider, which thrashed harder, the ground around it slick with dark green fluid, sickening. I looked away. We move fast, dig all we can before it gets loose. I grabbed the axe and started prying or free, low efficiency, but every second counted. I'd thought about ending the spider with one knife strike while it couldn't dodge, but with one leg pinned the other 7 were still whirling, and one slip and I'd be skewered. Seeing the 3 of us so close, it pounded the rock all the more furiously. I urged Taiju on, since he was the muscle. Taiju, push harder, we're short on time. The clang of stone rang faster. Iron or +1. +1. As the sound echoed through the canyon, the bag filled. I let out a breath. Iron ore, the rarest material yet, what others couldn't find a scrap of, and I was hauling out heaps. Dangerous, but worth it. It's almost out, master. Xiao Xiao shouted. I stopped and turned to look, and right then, with a roar, the boulder shattered into dust, and the spider hauled itself free on its good legs. The wounded one still leaked green, but the spider was thoroughly enraged now, heedless of pain, and it sprang straight at Xiao Xiao, its bulk bearing down. She dodged nimbly aside, clearing it. Xiao Xiao, it's fixed on you now. Lead it in circles. The wounded leg slowed it, and she was light and quick, perfect for the job, though she couldn't go too far or she might run into something worse. She darted in front of it, made a mocking gesture, and bolted, the spider churning after her. Can you even catch me? She leapt onto a rock and jeered. The spider's legs smashed down where she'd been, but she'd already jumped clear. Crash! The rock burst apart. A wild thought crossed my mind, that if I could tame the spider and have it mine, or at that rate, one stomp per chunk, it'd outpace the Minotaur. But I knew it was a fantasy. Taiju wolfed a few sunflowers and picked up his pace. Iron or +1. +1. I counted silently. A little more, and we'd leave, no more risks. Then Xiao Xiao's panicked voice. It stopped chasing me. Look out. I spun. The spider had halted, its eyes turning toward Taiju, still mining. Maybe deciding the fox was too small and slippery, it wheeled and charged the Minotaur. Taiju stopped digging, run. He felt the danger, dropped the half-mined oar, and bolted on his hooves. I ran for the canyon mouth too. But Taiju and I were far slower than Xiao Xiao, and the spider closed in. Taiju, pull me up. He swept me onto his shoulder and ran faster. It stopped. It's not chasing. Just as I reached for more sunflowers, Xiao Xiao called out, delighted. I turned. The spider had indeed halted 10 meters back, looking unsteady, swaying, a pool of green fluid spreading beneath it. I quickly had Taiju grab Xiao Xiao, and we kept retreating. That wounded leg had seemed minor at first, but with time the spider was finally feeling the pain. A good thing. We'd mined plenty and come out without a scratch. We climbed to the rim, and the spider gave up the chase. We did it. Xiao Xiao cheered. Moo, excellent. Taiju chimed. I sat on a rock and laughed too. Xiao Xiao, Taiju, I owe it to you both. It was nothing, just teased a spider, heh. Moo, I only dug some more. They rubbed their heads, grinning. I laid out sunflowers, grubs, and roast rabbit on the rock. Eat up, recover, then home. This was a rich haul. Iron ore, ice plain wolf meat, enough to last us a good while. Refueled, we set off for the cabin. Finally heading back, Xiao Xiao sang. I'm gonna sleep so well. Me too. Moo. Taiju was excited but worn out. On the way, Xiao Xiao bounced ahead scouting while Taiju and I walked behind. Suddenly my foot caught on something, and I pitched over, kissing the snow. You okay, master? I got up shaking my head, wiped my face, and kicked at the thing that tripped me, annoyed and grateful I'd landed in snow or I'd have wrecked my face. After a few kicks the snow scattered off it, revealing a patch of cyan, not the color of ordinary stone. What's this? I crouched and dug around it, uncovering something shaped like a chest. Reward chest. Appears randomly anywhere. Open for a mystery reward. My eyes lit. A treasure chest. More and more like a game. My first one. I reached to open it, then thought better and drew my hand back. Taiju, you open it. I didn't open chests myself, mainly in case of danger. A chest appearing out of nowhere. Who knew what was inside? A venomous snake springs out. I couldn't take it. Taiju was thick-skinned. Nothing could pierce him. He stepped up and flipped it open without hesitation. No surprises. The lid simply rose, and inside lay little blue spheres, half a coin size, translucent blue. He pinched one up carefully, terrified of dropping it in the snow and losing it, and held out his hand. I took it, and a panel appeared. Cold potato seed. Used to grow cold potatoes, a fast-growing, hardy tuber crop. Cold potato. From the name, something like a sweet potato. A staple. Food at last. A regular potato would never survive this frozen ground, but a cold potato, by the name alone, was built for the cold. A native plant, I judged, and the thrill rose in me. These seeds were a crucial scarce resource. My food stores were decent for now, but they'd run out one day, and I needed a stable staple. Compared to uncertain hunting and scavenging, a crop I grew myself was the most reliable source there was. I went to the chest, found more seeds inside, and scooped them all into the bag. A search of the area turned up no other chests, so we moved on. But the more I walked, the more it nagged at me. I went out gathering every day. By rights I should have stumbled on a chest long ago. Why only now? Were they rare, or had they only started appearing today? I opened the chat to see if others had run into them. Sure enough, plenty had today, most pulling out near-useless junk, one furious to have opened a folding fan, as if they weren't cold enough. Another had drawn food and finally eaten their fill. So chests weren't rare, which likely meant they only appeared during a specific window. I'd have to get out more often or miss the good ones. Xiao Xiao, Taiju, keep your eyes open as we walk. Watch for anything odd, especially chests like that. Nothing turned up for most of the way, but just before the cabin, Xiao Xiao chirped. Here. There's something here. She dug out a gray wooden box. Taiju, open it. Xiao Xiao, you and I stand back, still wary of danger. The Minotaur opened it and announced, Master, it's a hammer. My eyes lit and I strode over. I'd been wishing Taiju had a proper weapon. A hammer, with his brute strength, would be unstoppable. But when I saw it, my hopes crashed. A tiny toy hammer, the flimsy kind. Toy hammer. For amusing small children. I had no words. Why would a chest hold a toy? What garbage chest was this? Xiao Xiao hopped in and grabbed it, and on her it was a perfect fit, just her size. She bonked Taiju with it. Taiju, does this count as a weapon? Moo. He scratched the spot. Didn't see it coming, huh? Then a voice sounded in my head. Large blizzard forming. A level 5 forge heart is required to survive. Countdown, 19 days. And trading system now open. My brow tightened. Lately there'd even been sun. It hadn't felt warm, but it had let me forget the blizzard's dread a little. Hearing that countdown, the tension snapped taut again. I have to build a level 5 forge heart before then, or everything turns to ice sculpture in that storm. But the trading system opening, that made me raise a brow. A good thing. I've got surplus food and rare iron ore. Through trade, I might gather forge heart materials fast. I opened the trading panel. The right side was blank. The left listed categories: weapons, armor, food, tools, materials, and more. I tapped materials, but the right stayed empty no matter how many times I clicked. Maybe too few traders had come in this early. I'd check back later, once people settled in. As I moved to close it, an item suddenly appeared on the right. The slot showed a name and a picture. I tapped in. Cowhide. Quantity 1. Size 65 by 26. Trade for 10 frost berries. Disappointing. I'd hoped for treasure. I had plenty of berries, and 10 wasn't much, but I couldn't think what use a hide was. I switched to the chat to hunt for better trades. People hawking the toy hammer, hawking snowballs, mocking each other. Then one line caught my eye. Selling chest fragments. Collect 10 for a chest. Others scoffed that they could just find whole chests outside, but my eyes lit. Fragments, sure, but collect a set and you'd synthesize a chest with a shot at something good. I switched to the trade channel and set the filter to materials. The right side filled instantly, mostly wood and stone at all sorts of prices, the page count reading 999 plus. Plenty of people still alive, uploading goods by the thousands in minutes. Search it is. I typed chest fragment into the bar, and everything narrowed. I tapped 1. Chest fragment. Quantity 1. Trade for 20 frost berries. My finger pulled back from the buy button. That's robbery. 10 fragments per chest, so at that rate, 200 berries for 1 chest. I backed out hoping for a fairer seller, but they were all 20 in various foods, some 30. I gave up. The feature had just opened, prices weren't market tested yet, and nobody would pay these. Once the goods stalled unsold, someone would break ranks and drop to a normal range. I'll wait. Back home a while later, I opened the chat, and as expected it was all price wars. 15 berries, 5 grubs, undercutting each other, accusations of cutthroat competition, then someone listing 1 fragment for a single unit of any food. Where there's trade, there's competition. I closed it and lay down for a nap. When I woke and checked the panel, plenty of 5 berries per fragment deals had appeared. My read was right. Most people didn't have surplus food to trade yet, and within half a day prices hit normal. Then the chat turned. What junk chest? I gathered 10 cheap fragments and opened it for a pair of underwear. Same, 3 days of rations for a clothes drying rack. Huh, I just traded mine for 5 berries, way better than those fragments. I went back to trading, searched fragments, watched ever cheaper listings hit the top, but buyers had thinned, scared off by others' failures. Soon prices hit 1 unit, then stockpiling began, someone even dropping to half a unit, snapped up instantly, the price settling around 1. I bought in. Acceptable for me. Soon I'd traded for 10 fragments, enough to synthesize a chest, all for 10 frost berries total, the weight well worth it against the earlier price. I closed the trade panel, opened the bag, and tapped the fragments. Synthesized chest? Yes. The 10 fragments vanished, and a chest appeared in my items. Wooden chest. Treasure scattered across the world. A tiny chance at high-grade items. Tiny chance, how tiny? I set it on the floor and rubbed my hands. I've always had luck opening these. I opened it myself this time, not bothering with Taiju. Surely the system wouldn't burn me. Inside lay one plain item. Maid outfit. A very cute maid costume. Ideal for confusing opponents in battle. What is this? Confuse opponents? By making them claw their own eyes out. I shook my head. So much for trusting luck. Then a thought struck. Xiao Xiao, come here, I've got something good for you. Watching her swap her coarse hemp clothes for the maid outfit, I had to admit, you know, that's pretty cute. Not totally useless after all. I bought 10 more fragments and synthesized another chest. If a guy could turn $50 into $1 million, then today, Su Yang. I opened it, and a long object popped out. Whoa, what's this? Hunting bow. A crude wooden hunting bow can kill small game. Wooden arrow, quantity 10. A bow and arrows, wood wrapped in hide, a few shafts beside it. I hefted the bow and found it odd. I'd only ever messed around at an archery range a few times, yet now I felt I understood the bow completely. A built-in function of the weapon? I didn't dwell on it. Come on, let's test it outside. I went to the sparse trees near home, drew, aimed at a trunk, stepped back, and loosed. The arrow shot out fast and buried itself in the wood. Xiao Xiao lit up. Master, amazing, it can hit from so far. I waved it off, walked over, and pulled the arrow free easily. Disappointing. Too weak. Against that wolf spider, it wouldn't knock a hair loose. Then I remembered, I had the enhancement system. I called it up. 2 uses left today. Enhance. White light wrapped the bow and faded, a brand new one in its place. Enhanced hunting bow. Power greatly increased. I weighed it, the wood denser, heavier, the surface gleaming. I went back to 20 meters, knocked, aimed, and released. The arrow gave a hum and snapped into the trunk, sunk deep. I walked up. It had punched in far harder, part of the shaft buried. I grabbed the tail and couldn't pull it free no matter how I strained. Taiju, give me a hand. He plucked it out with ease. I bagged the bow and arrows, having confirmed the enhanced power. So I can enhance the arrows too. I pulled one and enhanced it. White light flashed, the fletching standing crisp and sharp. The head turned some dark gray material, smooth as glass. Enhanced feather arrow. Flight speed and penetration both greatly increased. It works. With these arrows, even a giant like the Ice Claw Bear, I'd have a fighting chance. As for the wolf spider, only a hit to a weak point would do anything. Let's head back. On the way home, less than 50 meters out, I caught something wrong. A trail of small, messy footprints in the snow, many of them, leading right to the cabin and vanishing at the door. My heart dropped. Robbed while I was out. I'd never imagined anyone but me would go in. My recent scouting had made me comfortable with the area, so I'd left the cabin undefended. No lock, nothing. Move, get back, something got inside. I broke into a run, then thought to warn them. Careful, it might still be there. I reached the cabin and slowed, stopping. If the intruder hadn't left, it was still inside, and I couldn't spook it. If it was something dangerous, I'd sooner abandon the leftover supplies than fight it. I crouched and studied the prints. Small, smaller than my own foot. I relaxed a little. Probably nothing too tough. I eased the door open. It creaked, alerting whatever was inside. A short figure stood in the kitchen, skin a strange green, a hide pouch at its waist, up on its toes reaching for the rabbit meat hanging from the beam. My rabbit. Don't touch it. Xiao Xiao cried. She treasured that piece, eating it slowly, still with a bit left after several meals. I narrowed my eyes. Someone dared steal from me, then they'd get what was coming. Ready to catch a thief, Taiju. I drew the bow and knocked an arrow. The little green creature, startled, went still, watching us. So ugly. Green-skinned, a small face with a chin sharp enough to stab, the whole head an inverted triangle, an enormous nose, 2 tusks jutting from the corners of its mouth. A panel appeared. Thieving goblin, medium intelligence. Loves all kinds of goods, skilled at theft. Stamina 216. Attack 67. Agility 264. Skill, sprint, a large short-term speed boost. Numbers all low? I thought. the only worry its speed. I drew slowly, meaning to catch it off guard, but the goblin leapt up, snatched the rabbit into its pouch, and spun to flee. I shut one eye, tracking it, nudged the aim ahead to anticipate its move, and released. Wish. The arrow flew straight at it. Steal from me. You stay here. But just before it struck, the goblin flicked aside, dodging clean, the arrow burying in the cabin wall. I was startled. 264 agility, no joke. Besides Xiao Xiao, I'd never seen anything move so fast, and the goblin was several times her size, which should have made it clumsier, yet it was nothing but quick. It darted out of the cabin and ran, us chasing, but the gap only widened. Damn, too fast. We can't catch it. Come back, Taiju. The Minotaur stopped, faster than me, but no match for the goblin. I caught my breath, watching its back shrink, disappointed. Don't let me see you again. I shook my head and turned to go. Then the shrinking figure stopped, frozen in place. Puzzled, I noted we were only a few dozen meters apart. Did it think it was safe at this range? No. I remembered the panel, the skill line, clear as day. Sprint. Right. So after the duration ended, was there a side effect, like the state it was in now? I didn't think further, just charged. Strike while it's down. Suddenly the still goblin whipped its head around, its ugly face leering. Master, it's mocking us. Xiao Xiao raged. She ran fast and could see its expression plainly, twisting through one taunting face after another. Fury hit me. Steal, fine, but mock us too? Just wait. I pulled the enhanced feather arrow, knocked it, raised the bow, and drew and loosed in one motion. Wish. The arrow tore through the air, gone from sight. Hit it, please. If this misses, that goblin's the chosen one. It had no time to react. The arrow appeared before it the next instant, punching through its body, sinking deep. The leer froze on its face, and it stared in trembling disbelief at the shaft in its flesh. The arrow nearly through it, blood seeping from the head. Master, you hit it. It's not moving. Xiao Xiao cheered. I waved her on to look. The goblin could no longer hold itself up, swaying, and then it toppled into the snow. Master, it looks kind of dead. Xiao Xiao ran up. Its eyes were shut, body stiff, looking thoroughly finished. Careful, it might be faking. I had her keep back. Unlike the low-intelligence creatures, the goblin had a brain, proven by its taunting. It might not be dead at all, just playing dead, waiting for us to relax before springing an ambush. Up close, I was sure. The arrow had nearly skewered it, but not in a fatal spot, just the left shoulder. I didn't believe a shoulder wound killed in seconds, barely enough time to faint. Taiju cut off its head. Careful, don't let it trick you. He raised the axe and swung lazily, not believing it alive. But just as the blade neared, the goblin's eyes snapped open and it twisted aside, dodging the killing blow with ease, still fast despite the wounded shoulder, as if it felt no pain. Then it closed on me at terrific speed, whipping out a small dagger, swinging at me. Master, look out! Xiao Xiao cried. Moo! Taiju rushed over, regretting not finishing it cleanly, his slow swing having handed it the opening, and now his master in danger. I read the goblin's move and stepped back. The dagger passed a fingernail's width from me. Lucky it was short, or I'd have taken the cut. I summoned the beast claw knife, gripping it tight. The knife far outreached the dagger, an inch longer, an inch stronger. The goblin hesitated at the sight of it, then charged anyway, betting I couldn't react. But I didn't oblige, springing back, then sweeping the knife forward at it. The blade's wide arc was hard to dodge. The goblin tried to retreat, but I'd anticipated it and cut again at its escape line. This time it couldn't avoid it, and the knife severed its wrist. Ag! It shrieked, tried to flee, but Taiju drove it back, and I closed in, slashing at its head, again and again, until it lay in the snow a bloody ruin, dead beyond doubt. I'm sorry, Master, I was careless. Taiju hung his head, then chopped the corpse once more. It's fine, just don't underestimate enemies next time. I didn't blame him. Master, are you hurt? Xiao Xiao climbed up and checked me over, having watched the goblin pull a blade on me. Finding not a scratch, she finally relaxed. You're amazing, Master. You scared me. I smiled. I had it ready. I knew the thing was faking earlier. So smart, Master, she cried, and Taiju joined the flattery. Moo! I bent and picked up the hide pouch the goblin wore. Inside, the small piece of rabbit, which I tossed to Xiao Xiao, and several other things. I pulled out some stones. Iron, Oregon material. Quantity 10. I was surprised. I'd kept no iron ore in the cabin, so it couldn't have stolen these from me. From the wolf spider, maybe? Not bad, gutsy goblin. Nothing else in the pouch, so I tossed it aside, then picked up the fallen dagger. Dagger. Melee weapon. Attack 15. Disappointing, far below the beast claw knife. Even the cut earlier wouldn't have mattered much. I bagged it to dump on the market later, searched the goblin further, found only a sturdy rope, pocketed it, and looked at the gory corpse, stomach turning. Taiju, dig a pit and bury it. Don't want it drawing big predators. He scooped out a pit, kicked the body in, filled it with snow, and even covered the bloodstains so no one would find the signs of a fight. Done. I waved the others home. Finally heading back. I'm starving. Moo moo. The walk back was calm. I rehung the rabbit, but unease grew in me. I'd never considered the cabin's security, thinking I'd cleared the area. The goblin had shattered that. This place was still full of danger. I resolved to move building up the cabin to the top of the list. First, upgrade the Forge Heart. I walked to it. Level 2 Forge Heart, upgradable. Consumes 2 wood per hour, provides warmth, withstands blizzards. Range, for meters. Upgrade cost, 40 iron ore. Bag, 63 iron ore. Upgrade? Yes. No white light. A red prompt instead. Camp level 2 low to upgrade. Forge Heart cannot exceed camp level. A nuisance. I clicked my tongue and touched the cabin. Level 2 cabin, upgradable. Cost, 100 wood, 300 stone. Bag, 562 wood, 323 stone. Yes. White light swallowed the room, and when it cleared, the place was transformed. This was no longer a small cabin. The whole structure had grown a size. Floor and walls turned from wood to stone slab, sturdier by far. Even the door was stone now, and pushing it, I felt the resistance. Locked. This room would be safe. The ceiling stayed wood, but the structure was far more solid than before. I shut the door and felt it less warm. The Forge Heart now farther off, its radius no longer covering the whole room. I checked if I could push the cabin to level 4 quickly. Level 3 base, upgradable. Cost, 200 wood, 500 stone, 500 iron ore. Bag, for 162 wood, 23 stone, 63 iron ore. I gawked. 500 iron ore? That's absurd. I nearly killed myself today and not gotten 100. But after I calmed down, the number made sense. The last upgrade had used heaps of stone, and most of the place was now stone. So all this iron ore meant the next level home would be built from iron. I felt a flicker of anticipation. That'd be a fortress. I'd have to mine iron, or even harder. The upgraded home was far roomier, and the building system now held many new projects. Buildable, lodging, mess hall walls. Upgradable, kitchen, workshop, restroom. I could even preview them. The upgraded kitchen was larger, the stove bigger, more cookware. The lodging, once a simple bed, expanded into a whole room, with a bed, a wooden nightstand, a stool, a small wooden window on the wall. I browsed and backed out. More than these, walls were what I needed most now. I stepped outside and looked the place over. My base stood much taller than before, but also far more conspicuous. More creatures would surely try to break in. Thinking of this world's strange beasts, I felt uneasy. The bigger it got, the more I needed defenses. I previewed the walls. Not bad, ringing the whole house, keeping ordinary animals out. As I went to build them walls. Cost, 1,000 stone. Bag, 23 stone. I froze. Ever since the home upgrade, everything cost something insane. 1,000 stone, even with the enhanced pickaxe, was no small effort. Right, I can trade for materials now. I opened the chat to gauge the market. People crowing about reaching a level 2 cabin, others unimpressed since they'd hit level 2 Forge Hearts, plenty still starving with nothing but wood at their door. Food was still vital and scarce, a permanent need, and I had a heap of berries, plenty to trade for stone. Reading on, I found, got plenty of wood and stone, and food, but I'm short on iron ore. Anyone trade? I've got iron ore. What's your offer? Nothing cheap, mind you. Short on iron ore too. I'll trade food and goods. Anyone actually willing to part with iron ore? I'm one short of upgrading my Forge Heart, please. I stopped reading and opened the trading system, Searching stone. The page count read in the thousands, more sellers than I'd guessed. With competition that fierce, prices should be rock bottom. Pleased, I tapped a listing. Stone. Quantity 6. Trade for 2 frostberries. I froze. Was that serious? I tried another. Stone. Quantity 1. 3 frostberries. The prices only got worse. Several more were the same inflated rate. No cheap bulk stone existed. These stone traders hadn't learned the market's lesson yet. I scratched my head. How to get cheap stone? Then I spotted the iron ore in my bag. Right. Rarer than food, and a necessity, plenty would want it. I typed in the chat. 1 iron ore for 20 stone, anyone? The chat exploded. Immediately, the mockery flew. Bro, 1 iron ore for 20 stone, in your dreams. Might as well ask 100 stone for 1. I'll trade 200 stone for 1 iron ore. Swear it. Ignore me if you won't. Cheaper. Please, I'm 3 iron or short of a forge heart. 10 stone for 1. I ignored the jeers and locked onto that last line. 10 stone for 1 iron ore, huh? Halved, but not unacceptable. Still, knowing iron ore's scarcity and importance, better to wait for higher offers than sell cheap. I typed, no haggling, any form. Then added, you know how scarce stone and iron ore both are. Worst case, I dig stone myself, but you might never find iron ore. A wave of doubt rolled back. Even so, mining 20 stone takes more effort than 1 iron ore. However rare, not 200 stones worth. Come on, drop it a bit, and I'll take it, 15 stone for 1. That's sincere enough. I sighed and moved to close the chat. They still weren't desperate enough, didn't grasp iron ore's importance, wouldn't even trade easy stone for it. Granted, my number was a touch steep, ahem. Then one message caught my eye. Fine, I'll take it. I'm 1 iron ore short of my forge heart, and I'm done waiting. List it, and I'll trade. I smiled, listed it, and sent the goods privately. Soon the iron ore sold. Stone plus 20. I admired the haul. Made a killing. I'd braced to wait and maybe drop the price, but a buyer came fast. Iron ore was rare, but 20 stone cost real time and effort too, and I wasn't the only one with iron ore, so once more sellers appeared, the price might fall. Selling now was pure profit. With materials enough, I went to the Forge Heart and called up the upgrade. Level 2 Forge Heart, upgradable. Cost, 40 iron ore. Bag, 62. Yes. The familiar white light wrapped it and vanished, and the core, once mid-room, had clearly grown. Beneath the great iron mass, metal pipes now extended down into the ground. The fire burned fiercer, the warmth around it surging up. I walked to the door, a spot that had been chilly moments ago, now warm and pleasant, and pushed the stone door open. The cold wind didn't greet me as usual. The temperature barely differed from inside. Wrapped in warm air, I stepped out, and the moment my foot hit the ground, it felt strange. I looked down at a wide pool of water. Where's the snow? The ground around the house had always lain under thick snow. Stepping out, the first feeling was frozen feet. Now there was no snow at all, just meltwater. I nearly thought spring had come, until I saw the familiar white stretching off in the distance and gave up the notion. Only the ring of snow around the base was gone. I glanced at the steaming Forge Heart and understood. The upgrade had widened its range again, no longer confined to the room. The metal pipes carrying heat outdoors, the surrounding ring now wrapped in warmth. I started to imagine a few more levels, and I could turn the whole area around the base into a vast warm zone. I shook it off. Pushing the Forge Heart to level 3 alone had eaten most of my iron ore, and who knew what 4 would cost. I went back to check the next level's requirements. Oddly, even within a meter of the Forge Heart, where I could see the fire leaping inside, I felt no burn, barely even heat, just more warmth the closer I got. I'd worried about getting scorched and left a gap, but seeing it was fine, I laid my hand on the metal. Pleasantly warm, comfortable. I called up the upgrade. Level 3 Forge Heart, upgradable. Consumes 3 wood per hour. Provides warmth, withstands blizzards. Range, 10 meters. Cost, 120 iron ore. Bag, 22. As expected, the iron ore needed had jumped, not just risen but doubled. I looked at the cost, then the meager 22 left, then recalled the cabin's upgrade demands, and my head began to ache. The requirements kept climbing, and my once decent stores looked thin against all the upgrades and builds. I had only two gathering tools, an axe and a pickaxe, both enhanced but nowhere near enough. And only two helpers, the Minotaur and the Fox, and Xiao Xiao couldn't do heavy labor, which left just Taiju and me. Short of working without sleep, the resources can't possibly be enough. I thought bitterly. Was I about to start pulling endless overtime in this world? Then a thought flashed and I seized it. I mulled it over, then smacked my thigh with a fist. Right, I can be a boss. There was no point grinding myself or Taiju into the ground. I just needed more hands. More hands, more strength. I narrowed my eyes at the Minotaur sprawled on the floor. Taiju, you've got plenty of kinfolk, right? If I could use him as a bridge to pull a few more Minotaurs into the fold, all it cost me was more sunflowers, and I'd gain a whole crew of labor. For the Minotaurs, a steady food supply was a win too. Both sides came out ahead. He blinked. There is. I think. You don't know whether you have any family? By rights, a Minotaur wasn't a solitary creature. At the very least, he ought to have parents. He scratched his head, wagged it side to side, a flicker of confusion on his face. Then, as if he'd talked himself into it, he said firmly, Moo. I have kin, master. Do you know where they are? Can you find them? He hemmed and hawed. I should, probably, be able to. The truth was he had no idea where his people were. The last time he'd seen them was a long, long while ago. But he didn't want to refuse me, so even knowing nothing, he'd agreed first. Leave it to me, he said, with no confidence at all, already ransacking his hazy memory. I'm no fool. One look, and I could tell he barely knew a thing about his own kind. Maybe nothing at all. I sighed and set aside the idea of recruiting more for now. Forget it, Taiju. We don't need to find your people yet. No rush. Moo, all right. He looked deflated, regretting he hadn't kept better track of where they were. I was about to comfort him when Xiao Xiao, back from touring the new house, caught the tail of our conversation and chimed in. Do you want to find more Minotaurs, master? She'd grown up on this snow plain and knew the area. Yes, more hands to build our base, and a little more safety when the storm comes. I nodded, then added, but Taiju doesn't know where his kin are, so we probably can't find them. She rubbed her head. Minotaurs are a really, really numerous race. There are traces of them all over this ice plain, but they tend to like lower-lying places where there's more food. I understood, so I'd have to search the low ground for Tieju's people. Just as I settled on the plan, she added, but we'd be better off not going to places like that. Why? I blinked. Hadn't she just said that's where they were? Because it's not just Minotaurs. Low ground is more dangerous, too. She said it with real gravity. I nodded, getting it. Where there's more food, there are more predators. The wolf spider, after all, had lived in a deep canyon, sitting in wait for prey to wander past. Go wandering into a place like that and run into something powerful, and I might not be lucky enough to live. So I shelved the urge to explore the low ground. Not for now, at least. I figured I'd wander a bit more on my outings and try my luck. Good luck? I'd stumble on a few Minotaurs and sweet-talk them over. Bad luck? I'd just have to forge more weapons first and head out to explore later. Settled. I lay on the bed to rest, and Xiao Xiao hopped into my arms as always. The house was big and warm now, with plenty of space to sleep. Taiju, finally off door duty, sprawled belly up on the floor. But I didn't make her get down. In all this ice and snow, I wanted that little bit of warmth. Besides, I reached up and rubbed her fuzzy tail. It was so soft. Might as well treat it like a pillow. Before long I was out. The day's haul rich, my body wrung dry. Asleep almost the moment I touched the bed. I slept until morning. Sunlight came through the window, bounced off the wall onto my face, and my eyelids fluttered. I opened my eyes, dull and unwilling, still short on sleep. But after a moment's hesitation I sat up. There was more and more to do, and I had to pick up the pace. Xiao Xiao opened her big eyes and mumbled, Master, are we going out now? I nodded. Up and at it. The whole day rides on a good morning. Seeing how she still hadn't slept enough, I added, You can sleep a little more. Just get up when I'm ready to leave. She shook her head. No, I'm not sleeping in alone. She only wanted to be with me. If I was up, she'd get up and help. The last of her drowsiness scattered. Master, I'll make breakfast first. She hopped down and ran for the kitchen, eager, never having used the new one since the renovation. She rushed in, eyed the fuller set of cookware, thought it over, and decided on the snow plain wolf meat she'd caught not long ago. No roasting this time. She'd give me something different. Wolf soup. She picked a few cuts, put snow water in the pot, and waited as it began to steam, then dropped the meat in and covered it. While I waited for breakfast, I slipped outside. The snow around the house had melted off, leaving bare earth, mud splashing underfoot from the meltwater. I walked a circle around the place and decided this exposed ground ought to be put to use, or the Forge Heart's fuel was being wasted. And as a son of the Blue Planet, I came from a homeland with a hobby that fit this moment perfectly: farming. Speaking of which, I suddenly remembered what I'd pulled from a chest: a pile of cold potato seeds. I'd had no time and no conditions for planting before. Even if the thing was called a cold potato, that didn't mean its seeds would grow in snow, and as far as I knew, nothing grew with snow in place of soil. But now things were different. With the Forge Heart's range expanded, the snow around the house had melted, and the bare earth underneath was perfect for cold potatoes. Can't let the family craft go to waste. I dug out the thumb-sized blue spheres, scooped a small hole every short stretch around the house, dropped one seed in each, and filled them all back in with soil. Hands on my hips, I admired my work, confident I had a bit of a gift for this. The meltwater just soaked in, shouldn't need watering for a while. Then a worry crept in. Would beasts or other creatures come tear up the seeds? Even if not now, once the cold potatoes grew, plenty of things would covet this spot. On a food-starved ice plain, a potato patch was a treasure. Look at that goblin, bold enough to slip into the house to steal meat. If food inside was at risk, food sitting outside with no protection would absolutely be stolen. So my next step was clear: build walls. As for the other structures and upgrades, my garden came first. Master, the soup's done, come try it. I went in. A big bowl sat on the table, faintly white, fragrant, chunks of meat drifting in it. I ladled a small bowl, blew on it, and couldn't wait to take a sip. My eyes lit. I had a piece of the wolf meat, a little odd in flavor, but not dry, not gamey. I downed the whole bowl, smacking my lips, the freshness lingering. Xiao Xiao, your cooking just keeps getting better. I really had struck gold. Not only could she roast meat beautifully, she made a fine soup too. If you like it, master, I'll make more. I had 2 more bowls and not a bone. Hick, Taiju, you hungry? I tossed the Minotaur a few sunflowers, which he flung into his mouth. Moo. Once everyone was ready, I took Xiao Xiao and Taiju out. The new day begun. Riding on the Minotaur's shoulders, I studied the map. Today's main task: mine stone and build the walls. I scanned for a stone-rich spot. Most areas had stones spread evenly, but there was one with plenty, beside a small river. I steered Taiju toward it. The walk wasn't short, about half an hour, before the river appeared. Unlike the still-flowing stream from before, this one's surface had frozen solid, with stones of all sizes scattered along the bank, buried in snow as far as I could see. I tossed the pickaxe to Taiju. Taiju, mine stone along the river. It's all yours. Moo. He took it and got to work. Stone +1, +1, +1. With the enhanced pickaxe, his arms a blur, the bag filled fast, and before long this side of the river was nearly stripped. Luckily, a river has 2 banks, and the far side, unreachable, was untouched. Looks like more stone means crossing over. I scanned around and checked the map. Only 2 ways to the other side. One was to backtrack the route to a narrow point and jump across, but that wasted time. The sun had been in the east when we left, and it was getting late. Even mining as we walked, retracing the path would eat a good chunk of the day. The other way was the convenient one. Let's try going over the ice. I bent, grabbed a stone, and threw it onto the river. No crack, just a small scratch. The ice looked solid, like it wouldn't break, but I didn't dare step on it. Ice like this might look sturdy while water still flowed beneath, the layer thin. Step on it, and if it gave halfway, neither Taiju nor I would get away. Even if I climbed right back out, soaked through for hours in weather like this, I'd be lucky to avoid freezing, and by the time I got back to the warm house I'd be down with a serious illness, stuck inside for days, unable to gather. Better to lose time going the long way than take that risk. And Xiao Xiao, light as she was, couldn't dig much stone if she crossed. So I planned to find a proper crossing later. That was when an odd sound reached my ears. Oink, oink. Urgent, almost like a cry for help. What's making that? It reminded me of a certain partner of humankind from back home. I hesitated, then decided to look. I didn't know if such a creature existed here, but if it did, it'd be like a holiday. I thought of my hometown's famous dish, braised pork trotters over rice, every part of the animal a treasure, and my mouth started watering. Let's go, Taiju Xiao Xiao, follow that sound. Go save it. We tracked the sound, the oinking coming and going but growing clearer. A line of footprints appeared in the snow, not large, not deep, made by a four-legged creature, not too big. In a world where snow buried every trace within an hour, this fresh trail meant its owner was close. The cries grew more frantic. Had something happened to it? I didn't dare delay and rushed along the prints. The sound swelled as I reached a riverbank, the view open. I climbed a rock to scan for the source. Master, look there. Xiao Xiao pointed. In the middle of the river, something was thrashing. Oink, oink. A creature struggling wildly, unable to climb out. I moved closer and finally made it out. A wild boar. My pork trotters. I shouted, ready to go save the pig. It had probably tried to cross the ice to the far bank, gotten halfway, broken through, and fallen in. Better wait till it's worn out before hauling it up, or it'll be a hassle. I watched. Its thrashing slowed, strength draining. A panel appeared. Northland boar, tameable. Lives in extreme cold. Eats almost anything, fierce by nature. Taming condition, loyalty reaches 50%. Master, that pig looks like it's about to die, Xiao Xiao said, oddly wistful. It looks really sturdy, perfect for soup. Such a shame. She sighed. Not just soup, it'd roast great too, I said. From the moment I saw it, I'd wanted it out. Plump and strong, it'd feed us 10 days, half a month, never the same dish twice, and pork was far more appealing than the other strange creatures around. As I planned how to cook it, I worked out how to get it up. The ice wasn't as solid as it looked. I'd likely break through. That's probably how it fell in. No way I'd risk crossing. However fragrant the trotters, my safety came first. I'd have to pull it out with something. I rifled through the bag and spotted, in the corner, the length of rope. Took it off the goblin, finally useful. I made a loop and tossed it onto the ice, but it fell short. Not long enough. Then I remembered a chat post, someone trading a bundle of rope for wood. My eyes lit. 2 ropes tied together should reach. I opened the trade system, searched rope, tapped 1. Rope, 2 meters, trade for 20 wood. With the boar's struggles fading, I bought it at once and merged the 2 into 1. A thick, coarse hemp rope, but no time to fuss over feel. I straightened it and threw, and the length easily reached the boar, with slack to spare. There, just right. I pulled it back, tied a knot to form a simple lasso, and gripped the loop. The boar was nearly done, thrashing weakly, cries thin, on the edge of drowning. I didn't hesitate, aimed, and hurled the loop. It arced out and landed, right beside the boar. Damn, I dragged it back and threw again, more focused this time, more force, determined not to fail. The boar might not hold out through another miss. Please work, my pork trotters. The rope flew, and the loop dropped over the boar's head. The boar, sensing rescue, shoved itself into it, fixing the loop firmly around its neck. Got it. Master, soup tonight. Xiao Xiao cheered, having dreamed of roast pork and pork soup since I'd said I'd save it. I knew I couldn't haul that weight myself, so I handed the rope to Taiju. Pull it up. He slung the rope over his back, turned, and walked. Oink. The boar was dragged up onto the ice, collapsing, panting hard. But a few breaths later the ice beneath it cracked, splitting open again. The thing was too heavy. Even lying still, the ice couldn't hold it. As the boar started to slip back in, I urged, Taiju, harder, it's going under. He bore down, legs digging deep prints in the snow, and the boar finally came ashore. The ice behind it shattered into floes, clear water showing beneath. The boar lay gasping, then, sensing something, rose unsteadily and turned its eyes on me. I gave it a not quite friendly grin. A panel appeared. Loyalty increased 60%. Northland boar tamed successfully. Skill, ambush charge. My grin slowly faded. How did that tame it? I'd wanted the pork feast I'd been craving. But the word skill caught my eye and my interest flared. Neither Taiju nor Xiao Xiao had a skill listed. I'd thought only monster-grade creatures had them. Yet here I'd tamed a boar with one. Lucky, I thought, the trotters already half forgotten. The boar, baffled by my grinning then brooding, felt its neck go cold and trotted right up, opening its mouth. Snort. I looked it over. Black fur all over, two long, thick tusks, an extra ring of thick fur around its neck, soaked and matted now, big round black eyes, a wet snout. Up close it was even fatter, but not ugly, kind of dopey and cute. I rubbed its head, and it nuzzled my palm, an ingratiating look on its black face. My hand came away wet. I wiped it and tried, hello. I'd never met a talking pig, but in this world, who knew? It couldn't talk, but it grunted back. Snort, oink, as if answering. Right enough, this pig. Time to name it. I thought a while and came up with nothing fitting, then looked at it again. You'll be Xiaohei. Little black, black as the pig itself. Xiaohei. Xiao Xiao leaned in, puzzled. Master, why give it a name? Isn't it our dinner? I almost laughed. So this whole time she'd thought I'd save the boar just to eat it. Ahem. Which, fine, I had. Xiaohei's going to live with us now. We're not eating it. Xiaohei grunted along. Oink, oink. It circled twice, realizing its trotters were safe. Okay. Xiao Xiao nodded, a little let down, but it passed quick. More than food, she liked having another companion around. Once introductions were done, I patted the boar's side. Can you carry me, Xiaohei? I'd wanted a mount. Tieju's shoulders weren't all that comfortable. Boar night didn't sound great, but a night's a night. Oink. It bent its knees and lowered itself for me to climb on. I swung a leg over and settled in, and it obligingly walked a few steps. Riding a pig felt different from Taiju. Lower, the view narrower, but steadier and more comfortable. After a bit, I remembered the skill. Xiaohei, ambush charge. I kicked its sides. Oink. It cried out, shuddered, and the next second I was jolted backward, body flung against my will. Some kick. I grabbed the tuft of fur on its neck and steadied myself. Faster and faster it ran, and I marveled. At this speed, if I can't win a fight, getting away is easy. I'd figured ambush charge was just one forward lunge, but it could run long distance, terrifyingly fast, perfect for emergencies. As I pondered when to use it, a panicked squeal came from beneath me. Oink! Xiaohei had run itself faster and faster, its four short legs nearly a blur, trying to prove itself to me, pouring everything into the skill. Then exhaustion welled up from deep inside and flooded through it, and all at once it couldn't move its legs. It squealed and stopped, but its body kept sliding forward on momentum, plowing through the snow, sending up sprays of white. The instant it stopped, I clutched the fur and buried my face in its back. When it finally halted, I pushed myself up, wiped my face, and stared ahead, dazed. A mound of snow, over a meter high, that Xiaohei had just shoveled up. Whoa! I hopped off, shook the snow from my clothes, and looked at the boar still flopped on the ground. It reminded me of the goblin. So ambush charge had a side effect, but the skill was powerful, good for attack and escape both. I waited for it to recover, stamping my feet to warm up, caked in snow. Then I spotted something in the heap Xiaohei had pushed up, nearly buried, just one corner showing. I walked over and crouched. The corner was cyan, oddly familiar. I plunged my hand in, flinched at the cold, but my numbness made it bearable, and dug the thing out whole. A cyan chest. Delight rose in me. What luck! Xiaohei's crash had turned up a chest. I set my hand on it and flung it open. Inside lay two rods, a cap-like cover over their ends, a strap binding them together. Fishing rod. A rod for fishing, reasonably sturdy. Xiao Xiao leaned in, curious. Master, what's this? She'd never seen one. I pulled it out, examined it, black, the rod's thicker than my thumb, a fat grip at the bottom. I undid the strap, removed the cap, joined the two rods into one about 2 meters long, a thin line at the tip. It's a fishing rod. For catching fish. Fish for dinner. Fishing rod. She didn't know the word, but caught the part about fish. Yay, I can make fish soup. She watched, excited. I'd fished now and then before. Usually came home empty-handed, but I knew the basics. Bait the hook, cast, wait, reel in when one bites. Nothing technical, I can do this. I stepped toward the stream, then realized I had no bait. Back home, I'd dig worms from the bank, but here there wasn't even bird droppings. I checked the bag and found, in a corner, a blue-white shape I'd long ignored. Xiao Xiao's favorite, a frost grub. I pulled it out. She loved them, but was more into cooking now, and I'd never touch one unless forced. 5 times the protein of beef or not. This grub's best fate was bait. But near the hook it looked too big. No fish could swallow it whole, and even if one did, a novice like me couldn't land a monster like that. So I dropped it in the snow, drew the beast claw knife, and slashed it into 4, each end oozing blue-white fluid. "Master, can I eat a piece?" Xiao Xiao gazed at me, hopeful. She'd known it was bait, but watching me cut it into 4, she figured one piece wouldn't hurt. I looked down at her pleading face and nodded. "Yay, thank you, master." She hopped up, picked the fattest of the 4, and ran off to enjoy it. I grabbed one of the rest, hooked it, and got ready. Xiaohei had already smashed the ice here, sparing me the chiseling, so I just cast at a broken patch of water. The grub piece sank, held by the line, drifting mid-river, the juice spreading enticingly. Xiao Xiao crouched at my feet, eyes fixed on the water. We waited. Nothing. I grew impatient. Fishing took patience and luck. Good luck, you'd pull up a dozen big ones without pause. Bad luck, a whole day and not even a minnow. With no movement at all, my luck looked poor today. And in this frozen world, who knew if there were even fish? Maybe they'd frozen to death and were sealed in the ice. I gave it a few more minutes, ready to move spots. Then the rod twitched, faint, and I thought I'd imagined it. The next second it gave a real shudder, then kept trembling, harder, bubbles rising to the surface. A fish. I didn't delay, gripped the rod, and reeled the line in bit by bit. As it rose, something surfaced on the hook, a small fish, still flopping, twisting back and forth. Up close it didn't match any fish I knew, fine scales catching colored light. Cold-fin fish, edible. A thick fat layer, and special skin insulated from cold. Delight. Actual fish in this freezing river. I bagged it. The system said edible. The whole thing was barely the size of my palm, not enough to fill me, but landing a fish here filled me with accomplishment. I tossed it to the snow and called the others to watch it. Taiju, Xiao Xiao, don't let it flop back in. I meant to catch more. One small fish, minus bones and guts, wouldn't even fill a tooth gap. I rehooked a grub piece and cast again, braced to wait. This time, less than half a minute, the rod stirred, bubbles surging up. I blinked, surprised. That fast. Did the grub's scent draw fish from far off? Once I thought it, I was sure of it. The smell would gather the nearby fish here, waiting for the next grub. I snapped back and reeled. Up came a fish, bigger, the length of an adult's forearm. Cold cod, edible. Big enough to feed me alone. Xiao Xiao ate little, Taiju no meat. So these 2 fish were plenty. But now there was Xiaohei, fat as it was, surely a big eater, though omnivorous, so it could eat plants too. Still, future food demand would climb sharply. I'd stock up. Xiao Xiao, I'll catch a few more, fish soup tonight. Fish suited soup, and she was good at it. I could already taste it. Got it, master. Taiju, no meat eater, wasn't interested in the soup but was curious about the new creatures, crouching by the 2 fish, poking them, their tails slapping his broad palm. A giant acting like a child. Xiaohei nosed in too, grunting at the fish. I hooked another grub piece and cast, and barely had it landed when the rod shook, bubbles rising. Another cold-fin fish, palm-sized. Now I'm in the zone. I tossed it down and cut another grub, lifting the rod to cast, when something tugged my hem. Xiao Xiao looking up. Master, let me try too. She'd wanted to ever since she saw how easily I caught them. I eyed her, barely taller than the rod, worried she couldn't manage, since reeling took some strength. I started to refuse. Master, you're so amazing, you can do anything. You fish so well, can I try? Flattery. Ugh, fine, but tell me if you can't pull it. I handed it over. Got it, master. She studied it eagerly, picked up a bit of grub, and cast the way I had. After a while the rod twitched. She reeled, thrilled, and up came a tiny, pitiful fish. I caught a fish, master. She turned to me. I started to answer when a huge black shape shot up from the water, far bigger than the little fish. I'd been watching the surface, so I saw it at once. I lunged to grab the rod from her, afraid the thing would drag it off. But before I could, the shape leapt up in a wildly difficult arc, jaws opening to bite the rod she hadn't reeled in yet. A loud snap of teeth, but the little fish didn't fall into that gaping maw. It had bitten empty and fell back into the water. In that instant I'd yanked the rod, just dodging the strike. Close. My heart pounded. The rod had nearly been lost, and Xiao Xiao might have been pulled in by that force. I reeled in fast, flung the little fish aside with the rod, stepped to the bank, and looked at the black shape. A panel appeared. Ice River Sawtooth Croc. A ferocious creature dwelling in frozen rivers. No limbs, cannot come ashore. Skill, death roll. Splash. The croc leapt again, higher this time. Before it had shown only part of itself, enough to know it was big. Now its whole body cleared the water, the full size laid bare. I stared and pulled Xiao Xiao back several steps. Its jaws alone were over a meter wide. Stranger still, it had no legs, just two huge fleshy fins near its belly, and but for those flat jaws you might mistake it for a giant fish. "Ah!" Xiao Xiao cried, jumping back. The croc splashed down, threw up a sheet of water, drenching her before she could dodge. Soaked through, her warm fur plastered to her skin, she started shivering in the cold wind. I hurried them all away from the bank, afraid the croc would leap again and soak us. I shrugged off my coat and handed it to her. "Xiao Xiao, dry off, don't catch cold." In this weather, staying wet meant illness. I was colder now without it, but her situation was more urgent. "Thank you, master." She wrung out her hair, wrapped it in the coat, rubbed it down. Then her tail, the two densest spots, priority for drying. Splash. Another heavy landing. I looked back. The croc was still leaping out and dropping in, eyes fixed on the bank. I followed its gaze and felt a flash of exasperation. It was staring at the little fish I'd caught, still alive, flopping in the snow, which I'd forgotten to bag. I compared the minnows to the croc and couldn't help thinking, those fish together aren't as long as that croc's fin. Not even a morsel for it. Why so obsessed? Luckily, it had no legs and couldn't come ashore. While it rested in the water, I stepped up and grabbed the fish and rod. "Let's go home. Fish for dinner tonight." I bagged the rod and tossed the fish to Taiju and Xiao Xiao. She dried off with my coat, for no longer dripping, lively again, a fish in each hand, hopping out front. Yay, fish. We'd dug plenty of stone, nearly cleared one side of the river. The far side was untouched, but it was getting late, no need to rush, and with the fish still fresh I wanted that soup. I set Xiao Xiao on Tieju's shoulders and rode Xiaohei slowly back. Partway, she got bored, jumped down, and scouted ahead, a fish in each hand. Then she stopped, tilted her head. Huh. She'd halted before a plant shorter than her, all leaves, with little round beads growing sparsely among them. "Master, something good here." She'd seen this plant before, didn't know its name, but knew it could be used in cooking. I came over, and the panel appeared. 13 flavor snow bean. The same plant, yet each bean tastes entirely different. Used for seasoning and to drive off cold. 13 flavor snow bean. Seasoning, by the name, and the description confirmed it, with a second use, driving off cold, maybe medicinal. I was thrilled. The food had improved lately, but it was so bland, I'd nearly forgotten what seasoning tasted like. 13 flavor snow bean. Xiao Xiao echoed. I turned to explain, but she got there first. "Master, you mean this plant?" She pointed at it with her fish. I nodded. "You know what it is?" She was well-traveled, might explain it better than the system. "I do. Every seed has a different flavor for seasoning different dishes. And after you eat it you feel warm, not so afraid of the cold. Match the system. Then let's gather some. Try a few in the soup tonight," she said, adding, "You have to grind them into powder or they're flavorless." I nodded, reached into the leaves, and plucked one. Tiny, about the size of a peppercorn I knew, smelling utterly plain. No smell at all. I popped it in my mouth. "Pa, pa, pa. Why is it spicy?" Xiao Xiao laughed. "Every bean's a different flavor, some are sweet. But you only know once you taste it. A blind box, basically." I didn't try another, just stripped all the beans from the leaves into the bag. I'd have Taiju grind them later. I remounted Xiaohei, squeezed my legs, treating the boar like a horse. "Let's go home." The rest of the way was calm, nothing but endless white. By the time the upgraded base appeared, the sun was setting. No footprints around it, no suspicious signs. I rode Xiaohei in, saw the supplies untouched, and let out a breath. Once everyone was inside, I shut the door. "Taiju, grind these beans into powder for me." I handed them over. He dropped the fish he was holding, took the beans, threw them all on the floor, raised a fist, and slammed down. Cough. Wait, that's not how. I nearly spat out my water. I found a mortar in the kitchen and gave it to him. Use this. After a demo, I left him to it, picked the fish off the floor, and went into the kitchen with Xiao Xiao. I helped gut them, sliced open the bellies, removed the innards, scored the backs, and handed them off. She was boiling water, not yet hot, so she set the fish on the board. Beans are ground. Taiju came in with the mortar. Inside was a little heap of off-white powder, some bean bits mixed in, but enough for seasoning. I poured it into a container, set it before Xiao Xiao, and stepped out. The ingredients were ready. The rest was up to her. Soon a faint fragrance drifted out. She poked her head out. "Master, the soup's ready." I went into a rush of freshness. The fire was off, but the milky white broth still rolled in the pot. I ladled a bowl for myself and one for her, took a sip. Pa hot. Too eager. I let it cool and tried again, savoring it. Beyond the fish's own freshness, a distinct flavor. Salty and a little spicy. Oh man, this soup, perfect. Half a month in this wretched place. I hadn't starved, but nothing had come close to good food. Today, a tear slid down. Seasoning had brought me a sliver of long-lost happiness in this cold world. I savored the soup and opened the chat. Same as ever, people facing hunger again. No time to find food while gathering, packs empty. One had tamed a minotaur to help gather. Another's cat girl could do nothing but warm the bed. So you don't lack wood now, and don't have to chop it yourself. I had nothing to feed mine. It ran off this morning, not a shadow left. Huh, why would it work for free if you won't feed it? I chuckled. If not for that sunflower sea, I couldn't keep a glutton like Taiju fed either. I finished my bowl, warm inside, not just from the hot soup, but a warmth radiating from within, helping me resist the cold. These snow beans really are something. Hick, I had a few more bowls and some fish, then fed the rest to Xiaohei, who couldn't stop once it started, nearly swallowing the bones, until I wrestled the bones and tail back. They were still useful. I planned to put the scraps to work. I piled the gnawed-up fish bones and tails together and posted to the chat. "I've got fish bones and tails. Trade for some stone, anyone?" A reply came fast. "How much stone? No wait. What good are a few fish bones?" I looked at the remains, picked over by Xiaohei, still plenty of meat on them, and sent a photo. "There's lots of meat left, 30 stone." I knew they looked rough, so I didn't ask much. I was just short of wall materials. Silence, then mockery. "Did a dog chew this?" My dog couldn't leave bones like that. I ignored it, set the price, and dropped the bones into the trade panel. Stone plus 30. Snapped up instantly, 30 stone in my bag. Whoa, that fast. All scorn in the chat, but the second it hit the trade system it sold. Mouths say no, hands say yes. I walked outside, stood by the base, called up the building system, and went straight to walls. Walls. Cost 1,000 stone. Bag, 1,000 stone. Yes. A blinding white light covered the base. I shielded my eyes, and when it faded, a tall stone wall stood before me, hiding most of the house, only the peak showing, at least 3 meters high. I circled it, completely enclosed, not a gap, just a stone door at the entrance for coming and going. No more worrying about being robbed. I was very pleased. It might not stop everything, but it did more than handle petty thieves. Ever since the goblin, I'd felt uneasy leaving, afraid of being robbed while out. Even bagging all my supplies, I couldn't carry off the furniture and the crops. The wall didn't hug the base, but left a fair gap, 3 or 4 meters, ground I meant to farm. Once I had more seeds, I'd sow them all here, a simple farm out front. Thinking of the cold potatoes, I went to check. They're alive. Most of the seeds had sprouted, pale purple leaves showing. Once they matured, no more food worries. It was getting late, so I went in. Xiao Xiao was already asleep on the bed, breathing slow and even. Taiju and Xiaohei too, sprawled in the same spot, each sleeping more soundly than the other. I climbed up quietly so as not to wake them, and sleep took me. Until, ding, system alert, hail warning, countdown 5 days. A level 4 base is required to withstand it. The alert jolted me awake, and I stared at the panel, dumbfounded, rubbing my eyes to read it again. Hold on. I finished and couldn't help griping. That's brutal. Since the large blizzard warning, the system had issued tasks but no other natural disasters, so I'd assumed smooth sailing until then. Now this, in 5 days, right after I'd built the walls and emptied my bag. I called up the upgrade. Level 3 base, upgradable. Materials, 200 wood, 500 stone, 500 iron ore. Bag, 316 wood, 0 stone, 21 iron ore. Stone and wood were minor. The iron ore was the problem. A full 500. Gotta gamble. The only place to mine iron ore was that canyon, the wolf spider's lair. Even with Xiaohei, I wasn't strong enough to fight it. I'd wounded it badly last time, but I didn't know its healing or whether it had recovered. I clenched my fist. Roll the dice. Bet the spider's strength was much reduced. Even if it were perfectly fine, I had to go. The level 4 base demanded the iron ore. I stretched, woke Xiao Xiao, and hopped down. We're mining at the canyon today. Ah, master, that dangerous canyon again? She was worried. Last time had been all peril. I knew, but there was no choice. Until I found another big iron ore source. Every shortage meant a trip to the wolf spider. We have to gather iron ore there. She started to say she could help find things, then heard iron ore and shut her mouth. She really didn't know where iron ore was. Okay, I'll cook something, get our strength up first. She made a pot of fish soup. We ate and headed out. I rode Xiaohei, wind on my face, but having had snowbean fish soup, my face didn't sting like before. Xiao Xiao sat on Tieju's shoulders, calling out, "Onward, to the canyon." After a short walk, the familiar canyon appeared, dark and deep below. I rode Xiaohei down, the boar sensing danger too, muffling its lively steps. I stayed alert, and near the spider's usual spot, I hardly dared breathe, eyes sweeping. Nothing. Silent. No sign of the wolf spider. I relaxed a little. It wasn't an easy mark. If it were here, it'd have struck already. Most likely it wasn't, or was too weak to come out. Still, I couldn't rule out an ambush. So as I handed Taiju the enhanced pickaxe, I said, "Taiju, you mine, Xiaohei and I will watch." He'd been creeping behind, and relaxed, taking the pickaxe to dig. Clang, clang. The sound echoed through the canyon. Iron ore +1. +1. Xiao Xiao didn't stay with us, wanting to explore while the spider was gone. The canyon was dark, but not blinding. She darted around looking for something fun, but found only iron ore. Then, in the corner of her eye, something appeared. She hurried over. Amid a clump of dead grass sat a cyan chest. "Isn't this the thing Master always opens?" "Master, come quick, there's a chest." I hopped off Xiaohei. "Xiaohei, keep watch," I said as I walked. A cyan chest sat before her. I flung it open. Inside, several spheres, like the cold potato seeds, but dark green. Thornvine seed. Once planted, it grows along walls, covered in spikes beasts won't approach. Perfect for reinforcing the wall. Like a pillow handed to me just as I got sleepy. The wall was solid, but couldn't stop a hard-headed charger. With thorn vines, no beast would try to ram it. I pocketed the seeds, planning to plant them when I could. Clang, clang. The pickaxe rang faster, Taiju giving it his all. Iron ore +1. +1. I watched the count climb past 100. The sky darkened, the canyon dimming until I could barely see. "Taiju, stop. Let's head back." I tossed him some sunflowers. I feared meeting the wolf spider in the dark. That would end badly, fighting a thing with 8 big eyes in a black canyon, basically blinding myself. No more delay. Moo, okay. He mined a last chunk, wiped his sweat, and handed back the pickaxe. "Let's get out." I bagged it, mounted Xiaohei, and kicked it on. On the way I tallied my supplies. 120 iron ore now, on pace. Just had to hope the spider was truly gone. The hail was 5 days off, and after mining I'd spend the rest gathering stone. The timing should work. I rode back through the last light of dusk, and we reached the base. Inside, warmth met me. I took off my coat and sat to wait for dinner, roast wolf meat tonight. With food a bit more plentiful, Xiao Xiao varied her cooking so I wouldn't tire of it. The wolf meat roasted golden, dusted with 13 flavors snow bean powder, the 2 scents combining into something irresistible. I grabbed a skewer. Xiaohei drooled nearby, waiting to be fed. Soon after, everyone collapsed in their sleeping spots and dropped off together. Next morning, Xiao Xiao had breakfast ready, a bowl of fish soup on the table. I ate fast and rode out to the canyon again. The sun was high, light reaching deep inside. I watched a while, no spider. I rode down, everything as we'd left it. No sign anything had entered. Had the spider died outside, or given up the canyon? I handed Taiju the pickaxe and wandered. Iron ore +1. +1. Listening to the clang, Watching the count rise, I rounded a corner. "Master, look out!" Xiao Xiao's terrified voice. I'd been checking my bag. I whipped around to see a huge spider leg stabbing at me. My eyes went wide, mind blank for an instant. At the last moment, my body dodged on instinct, and the leg slammed into where I'd just stood. Half a second slower, and I'd have been run through. SSS. Pain seared my arm. I looked, a vicious gash across my right forearm. Before I could think, the spider struck again. I stumbled back. Moo. Taiju, seeing me hurt, hurled the pickaxe aside and charged, his bulk slamming the wolf spider over. He punched its leg, the spider shuddering, then slowly righting itself. Taiju, hold its attention, be careful. My arm was a bloody mess, but only flesh wounds, no bone, no limit to my movement. And in the tension, I barely felt the pain. I wanted him to draw its focus while I found a way to kill it in one strike. Stay safe, defend only, don't attack. Seeing him so furious, I worried he'd get hurt. I dug through my bag, skimming past the beast claw knife. Too short. I couldn't even get near the spider. I pulled the enhanced hunting bow, never properly used since the test. I knocked an arrow and crouched, waiting. Taiju was tangled with the spider, and a blind shot might hit him. One mistake, and the spider would go wary, so I had to be certain. Soon, amid the grappling, Tieju's body slid behind the spider, and its whole form was exposed to me. Now, I raised the bow, aimed, paused, and released. The arrow streaked at the spider. A wet thunk. The spider, mid-strike against Taiju, twitched a few times and went limp, collapsing. One shot, dead. Green blood spread on the ground. Got it. I stayed wary, approaching slowly in case it played dead, but the arrow was buried a third deep in its head, and I relaxed. Master, are you okay? Xiao Xiao looked at my arm, having stayed silent during the fight so as not to distract me, but unable to hold back now. I'm fine. I waved it off, but she worried more, the wound wide and long. Really? Really, look. I shook my arm. Then I felt over the spider's body for treasure. Disappointing. Xiao Xiao, it's yours, I said, tossing her the knife to butcher it. Soon, spider leg +8, spider silk +3. Skip the spider meat, looks inedible. I took the legs and silk and looked deeper into the canyon, the spot pitch black and webbed, where we'd never dared go. With the spider dead, I had no fears. I told Taiju to keep mining and walked in. Deeper in, darker, the air carrying a strange odor. Crunch. I stepped on something. Looking down, the ground was strewn with animal bones, mostly horned skulls, those unlucky goats. The spider had eaten and lived here daily, no doubt. Nothing but endless silk until the end, where a bundle of webbing seemed to wrap something. I went wary. Is that a spider hatchling? But the size posed no threat. I picked up a white leg bone and pried the silk aside. A chest. A corner of a chest showed, buried under white webbing, the whole thing tightly wound, as if the spider had hidden it. Lucky me, though. I forced down my disgust and pulled the silk away, fully revealing the cyan chest, and opened it. Inside, 10 white rolls and a heap of iron ore. Bandage, ×10. Heals external wounds. What luck! Relief washed over me. I'd worried about this. No medical supplies in this world, no herbs found, and any injury could be fatal for any creature. With 10 bandages, a weight lifted. I bagged the ore in bandages and headed back. At the spot Taiju still mined, Xiaohei still patrolled, Xiao Xiao crouched in a corner deep in thought. I brushed off the silk, took out a bandage, and wounded around my arm. Under the earlier pressure I'd felt nothing, but now the wound throbbed sharply. SSS. I gritted my teeth and finished wrapping. The bandage seemed to work, the pain easing, a warmth spreading over the wound. Master, what's that? Are you okay? Xiao Xiao saw the white cloth and asked, concerned. It's a bandage, it heals wounds. I'm fine, don't worry. Thank goodness, I was so scared. She relaxed. She'd been agonizing over how to treat the wound. In her mind, injury nearly meant death. Though his wound wasn't grave, she'd worried, and seeing him fine now, her heart settled. I checked the sky, getting late. Let's go, we should head back. With the chest's iron ore, I had nearly enough. The rest of the time would cover the level 4 upgrades materials, and traveling at night was too dangerous. On the way, my arm stopped aching. This stuff really works. I waved it, no resistance at all. Soon back at the base, Xiao Xiao went to make dinner as always, while I lay on the bed and sorted supplies. About 100 iron or short. But with the wolf spider gone, that canyon was now a safe mine. Mining in peace. One more day would top off the iron ore, then just stone and wood. The next day, I rode to the canyon as usual. The spider's corpse lay in the distance, no longer a threat. I handed Taiju the pickaxe. Taiju, focus on the work. No one can bother us now. Moo. He ate 2 sunflowers and dug with abandon. By evening, the iron ore far exceeded what the upgrade needed. I called everyone to head back. Tomorrow, wood and stone. Hope nothing goes wrong. That night, I gave Taiju extra sunflowers. He'd worked hard. He deserved a reward. The next day, I took Taiju to the stone-rich riverside and mined the other bank, gathering enough wood nearby too. By night, everything was ready. Back at the base, I called up the upgrade. Level 3 base, upgradable. Materials, 200 wood, 500 stone, 500 iron ore. Bag, for 129 wood, 761 stone, 622 iron ore. Yes, white light wrapped the whole house, blinding, then faded to reveal the upgraded base, larger still. I stepped out to look. A sturdy steel frame, packed full with stone, the iron radiating a cold sheen, the stone body lending heavy solidity. The door had become iron, dark and grim, the black metal giving off a chill gleam. A surge of security. I was very pleased. Those 500 iron ore weren't given in vain. Tomorrow the warned hail would arrive. The system said a level 4 base could withstand it, but the memory of my cabin nearly collapsing in the first blizzard still haunted me. Outside it had gone dark. I felt a flake of cold on my forehead, looked up at the falling snow, and felt, oddly, a moment of peace and beauty. It vanished in an instant. The snow scattered, and a howling gale tore past like an enraged beast, yanking at everything on the ground. I rushed back in and shut the iron door. Bang! The world went quiet, the room's warmth restoring my sense of safety. Through the window the sky had darkened further, ink-black clouds churning at the horizon, my unease deepening. Xiao Xiao had roasted rabbit, the fragrance pulling me out of my thoughts. Smells great. I let it go. Having come to this world, I believed I could live well. I picked up a piece of rabbit, resolve firm. Full and content, I lay down, the howling wind outside no longer a disturbance, but white noise lulling me to sleep. Xiao Xiao, though, had her tail first standing straight up in fright, huddled close. It's okay, Xiao Xiao. I rubbed her head, and drowsiness took me. I woke to a tremendous racket, the outside a furious clatter. I realized the hail had begun. Out the window the ground was buried under a thick layer of ice, nearly half a meter. But what stunned me was the hail still falling. No, you couldn't call it hail. Basketball-sized, sharp-edged ice balls. I stared, having never seen hail that big, grateful I'd upgraded to a level 4 base, the steel-framed house holding firm and safe under it. Caught outside, I couldn't have survived 2 of those. I wonder how everyone else is. Worried, knowing many hadn't kept up with upgrades, I opened the World Channel. World Chat, 2.4 billion. Regional, 360,000. The hail's shaking my house. Please don't collapse. Mine's bigger than my head. I don't think a level 4 base can hold. My house is crushed, a corner's gone, the wind's pouring in. How did you all get level 4 bases? My iron ore's guarded by a giant bear. Everywhere else it's too scattered. I'm still level 3. The hail woke me, missed my head by this much. Mine's got a hole. I'm hiding under the bed. When does this end? My house won't last. I was startled, comparing it to my arrival. The numbers had more than halved. In this brutal place, survival was crushingly hard. Still, I saw no one's level 4 base destroyed by the hail. I let out a small breath. Outside, the hail kept falling, even intensifying. Inside, even within the Forge Heart's range, I felt a chill and pulled on my coat. The temperature outside was so low the hail froze even larger. Before it started, the room had been warm under the Forge Heart, and now I worried about the coming large blizzard. When that hit, this house might just become a giant refrigerator. My crisis sense rose. Once the hail fully stops, I rushed to gather iron ore. The top priority now was raising the Forge Heart to level 5 for the blizzard. Xiao Xiao had woken early to the hail, and finding the house still solid and warm, her bristling tail settled. Awake, she didn't idle, going to make breakfast. Taiju and Xiaohei, easygoing, slept on, rolling over now and then. Then Xiaohei's nose twitched, catching something. I smelled it too, from the kitchen. Fish soup's ready. She set a bowl on the table. Getting up, I tripped over something, the boar that had been sound asleep, now waiting at the table. You. I kicked it. Hail can't wake you, but food does. I tossed it a piece of fish and ladled myself a bowl. The warm soup down my throat eased my nerves. I looked at the thickening ice outside. When does this hail stop? Wait, ice. Something clicked. Through the semi-clear ice, I saw something green at the bottom. What was it? Then, my cold potatoes. Good heavens, my mood flipped from gloom to fury. The cold potatoes I'd painstakingly planted. Every morning I'd circle them, melt snow to water them. Until days ago the green leaves had emerged, and I'd been so satisfied, proud of my family craft. Now one round of hail, and my cherished staple was done for. I wanted to fire an arrow at the heavens above those black clouds, if such a thing existed. Sigh. Maybe it wasn't meant to be. At least I wasn't counting on them to live, though I really wanted a stable staple, so I wouldn't have to hunt and gather every day. I slumped on the bed, resigned, waiting out the hail. A long while later, the sky, dimmed by the risen sun, darkened again, and the hail finally slowed, the basketball-sized chunks shrinking to gravel. Still it didn't fully stop, and going out now meant a head full of welts. No going out today. I looked at Xiao Xiao, who'd gotten bored and changed into the maid outfit. Xiao Xiao, let's play a game. The next morning, I wasn't woken by noise. Bright sunlight came through the window. Finally stopped. Taiju, Xiaohei, up, time to work. I tossed Taiju some sunflowers and hurried out the door to check on the cold potatoes. Inside the wall, the thick ice had mostly melted under the forge heart. Damn it all. I let out a roar at the sight. The cold potato sprouts lay flattened and askew on the ground, looking dead. The green turned a scorched, sickly yellow. Wait. I crouched and suppressed my anguish. The leaves were nearly dead, but the stems at the base were still bright green, a chance to bounce back. My precious potatoes, you have to live. You're called cold potatoes, you can't fold over a little hardship. I loosened the packed soil around them with the pickaxe, coaxing. Then a thought struck. I dug out a sphere. Thornvine seed, enhanceable, grows along walls, covered in spikes beasts won't approach. Good thing I hadn't planted these, or they'd have been wiped out too. Huh? It can be enhanced. I tried it. Faint white light wrapped the seed and faded. It looked unchanged, but a closer look showed it a size bigger. Thornvine seed, enhanced. The vine will grow faster, the thorns denser and sharper. I went out beyond the wall, cleared the ice, and planted the enhanced thornvine seeds in the soil. Once the thorns grow in, most creatures won't dare come near. Picturing the wall draped in thorns added another measure of security. Then I took the three of us out, back to the canyon for iron ore. The route was familiar, no need to watch for surprises. On the way, I opened the chat to see the aftermath. World chat, 2 billion. Regional, 290,000. Terrifying. The hail was halfway done, and my house collapsed. I survived wedged between a board and the furnace. Same. I was under the bed, heard a crash, opened my eyes, and half the house was gone. My right arm's broken. What do? Is there a doctor? I'm a doctor. Splint it with 2 boards and rope first. The rest needs medicine. I'm dying here. Hit on the head. Dizzy. Nowhere to hide. Broke a leg. Anyone have medicine? Please, you can have all my supplies. I read in silence. By the numbers, the hail had taken many. Even level 3 cabins had faced crisis. Some needed urgent repairs, some were injured and immobile. I saw people trying to trade for medical items. Ordinary supplies anyone can gather, just a matter of time. No one would trade precious medicine for that. And medicine was rare to begin with, few would have it. I'd opened 10 bandages, used one, plenty left. A single bandage healed a wound fast. I wasn't unwilling to trade some, if the offer were rare enough to refuse. I kept scanning the trade messages flashing by. One caught my interest. Anyone got something to treat wounds? I'll trade a map fragment. It shows nearby resources and marks them. I sat bolt upright. A map fragment. I had one, knew exactly what it was and its worth. I opened a private channel with the owner. I have bandages, do you need them? The reply was instant. Can bandages heal a fracture? I don't know, but I was badly hurt, and recovered fast with one. Then I need it. Let's do it. They opened a trade window. I wasn't sure the bandages covered fractures, but they'd probably gotten no better offer, no choice but to try. I made the trade. A map fragment appeared in my bag. I closed the chat and tapped the fragment. Other map fragment detected. Synthesize? Yes or no? I didn't hesitate. The map window opened before me. The visible area noticeably larger, the once dark edges clearing, several unfamiliar places appearing, with new resource markers. Delight. I'd nearly explored all the old map's resources, and I'd been fretting about getting lost or wandering into monster territory. With a new fragment, more safety for my travels. When time allowed, I'd visit every one of these resource points. For now, the nearby ones weren't all gathered, no need to detour far. I shrank the map and rode on. Soon we reached the canyon. After the wolf spider's death, no other creatures seemed to have moved in, its dread lingering a while. Eventually, the local animals would notice the master gone, and a new one would seize this refuge. I gave Taiju the pickaxe to mine. Clang, clang. Only his digging echoed through the canyon. No enemies, no need for tension. His speed greatly improved. In 2 days, he'd amassed enough iron ore for the level 4 Forge Heart. Back at the base, I laid my hand on the Forge Heart's arm. The enhancement prompt appeared. Level 3 Forge Heart, upgradable. Materials, 120 iron ore. Bag, 310 wood, 102 stone, 508 iron ore. Yes, white light wrapped it whole and faded. The warmth grew more comfortable, the faint dampness in the air gone. Level 4 Forge Heart. Consumes 5 units per hour. Warmth radius, 15 meters. Then a different panel appeared. Enhancement system upgraded. Daily uses, 3. New and used enhancement uses carry over to the next day and accumulate. Uses can accumulate? I blinked. The system was handy but limited to items. I'd wanted to enhance Taiju, Xiao Xiao, even myself, with no response at all. I'd already enhanced every item I had, often left within used daily charges, which I'd spend on a wall plank or a furnace plate. No waste but no notable effect. Carryover was a huge upgrade. No more worrying about wasting uses. And the Forge Heart's range went up. I opened the door. The meltwater around the wall's outer ring was thawing, and the soil where I'd planted the thorn vines was emerging. Master, food's ready. Xiao Xiao called. I nodded and went in. I tried the roast she'd made. Tastes better than before. Really, Master? I tried a new method. A playful smile, varying the dishes so I wouldn't tire of one flavor. After eating, I wiped my mouth and thought about what was next. With the level 4 base done, no rush to gather. Tomorrow I'd check the new map markers. That night, I rubbed Xiao Xiao's head. Everyone rest well. Tomorrow we explore new ground, in top form. Got it, Master. Moo. She and Taiju answered nearly together. Xiaohei was already dead asleep beside us. No concern there. The next day I woke and looked out. A rare fine day. Sunlight spilled through gaps in the clouds, the distant trees swaying gently. Heavens with me. Xiao Xiao was already up making breakfast. I kicked the still sleeping Xiaohei. Xiaohei up. While she cooked, I packed enough food to refuel any time. After eating, we went out the gate. I glanced at the thorn vines at the wall's foot. They grow fast. In so little time, purple-black sprouts already showing. Won't be long before they do their job. Beyond the Forge Heart's range I shivered. After so long in the warm base, the outside cold felt foreign. The sun lit the whole land, but brought no warmth, and melting the snow only dropped the temperature. On Xiaohei's back, I opened the map. Among the new markers, I spotted a forest symbol, 3 trees side by side, unlike the single tree wood points before. That's a lot of trees. The old logging spots weren't small, but this clearly held more. There it is. If the wood was plentiful, I'd never lack for it again. I rode on with Taiju and Xiao Xiao, who hummed on his shoulders. We left the familiar zone. Xiao Xiao, quiet, stay alert. I cut off her song and had her watch from up high. After a wide snowfield, different scenery appeared, a vast forest stretching from plain to snowy mountain. Every tree dusted with fine snow, the trunks dark, the whole forest black and white, a thin mist drifting among the trees, sunlight struggling through the layered branches. That's the place. I hurried forward. The forest looked close, but was a long walk. Xiaohei trekked across the snowfield until I finally saw the forest edge. But just as we neared, I heard two voices. Can't even eat our fill, starving one meal, stuffed the next. Right? And we work every single day. Deep, rumbling, complaining about something. I raised a brow. The voices oddly familiar, and followed them. Closer, clearer, still griping. And when I drew near, I found the speakers were two minotaurs. Taiju, coming up behind, saw them and grew excited, not having seen his kin in ages. He set Xiao Xiao down and started forward to greet them, but I caught his arm. Easy, Taiju. I pulled him behind a tree wide enough to hide us. Let's watch first, see if there's a problem. With the two minotaurs cursing away, I didn't dare act, lest they fly into a rage and pummel us. Making us mine and chop every day, not a scrap to eat. One leaned against a tree, slamming a fist into the trunk. Yeah, no food, no strength to work, replied the bullier one. He's got it good, eats his fill, and lies around at home. Listening, I understood. These two had a rotten master, all work, no food. Then again, thinking of Tieju's appetite, if I hadn't found that sunflower seed, I couldn't have kept him fed either. The urge to recruit the two minotaurs grew. I had no shortage of food, and I recalled the prompt from Taming Taiju, when loyalty drops too low, a tamed companion may leave. By their state, their loyalty wasn't high. Want the horse to run but won't feed it grass, no such thing. Shameful. I griped on their behalf, took a few sunflowers from my bag, and handed them to Taiju, fully set on poaching. Taiju, a task for you. Your kin are suffering, get them to follow you. And tell them, we offer room and board here, all you can eat. Moo. His eyes shone. He took the flowers, nodded, and darted out, stopping near the two. Hello, kinsman. He raised his arm, waving the sunflowers so they'd see clearly. Both whipped around, wary, gripping their axes, looking at Taiju. But seeing he was kin, they eased a little. Since fleeing their tribe with his brother, they'd not seen their own kind, and despite the stranger, felt a pull of kinship. You're not from our tribe. Where are you from? What's that in your hand? Still wary, Taiju strode closer and showed them the flowers. I just heard you two say you hadn't eaten your fill. I can't stand seeing kin suffer, so I brought you some food. Their eyes brightened. That's food. Wary still, Minotaur's honest by nature but hardened by experience. Of course, and it tastes good. Taiju tossed one in his mouth and chewed. Seeing him eat, they relaxed, reaching for the flowers, then stopping midair, embarrassed to take from a stranger, though their stomachs growled at the sight. Eat up, brothers, don't ruin your health. Talk after you eat. Taiju pressed half the flowers into each of their hands. Thank you, thank you. They could no longer resist and stuffed them in, a clean sweetness flooding their mouths, faces twitching with long-lost satisfaction. Heaven knew how long since they'd eaten their fill. Wolfing down 2 flowers each, their near-empty stamina recovered, their voices booming again. They looked at Taiju. Thank you, big brother. From now on we follow you. Yeah, big brother, you saved our lives. They'd taken him for a caring elder brother. Heh, the food's all from Master, Taiju said, rubbing his head. Master? Big brother has a master too. Big brother, don't trust those people, they're all no good. Yeah, when we met our master it was the same. Fed us 1 full meal. Then we thought we'd found a good man, and ended up starving 9 meals in 3 days, big brother. If not for you, we too were about to run off and find food ourselves. Taiju realized his kin were a bit traumatized. Don't worry, my master's different. I've followed him a long while. At first I was starving, near collapse, until he found me, saved me. If you're willing, you can follow my master too. I promise he's a good lord. As he finished, I stepped out of hiding. Taiju, are these 2 minotaurs your friends? I asked, playing it casual. He turned at once, reverent. Master, these are 2 kinsmen I just met. The 2 froze, then realized this was the master Taiju had spoken of, and greeted me respectfully. Hello, master. Saying it, they felt it odd, their minds undecided but their bodies honest, so they went with it. Master, can the 2 of us join your camp? One asked carefully. The bullier one, afraid I'd refuse, added quickly. Master, don't worry. We minotaurs are hard-working. We can't sit still without working. We won't eat for free. Ernest. I smiled and nodded. All right, then you'll follow me from now on. Ding. Minotaur number 2 tamed. Minotaur number 3 tamed. Loyalty 60%. I chuckled. Since you're with me, let's give you names. I looked them over, alike, but for one being leaner, one bullier. I pointed at the burly one. You're Dazhuang, big strong. Then the lean one. And you? Erzwang, second strong. Moo. They nodded, claiming their names. I handed out more sunflowers to the 3 minotaurs. After their days of hunger and cold, my generosity, by contrast, moved Dazhuang and Erzwang to a few tears, dried at once by the wind. Their old master had worked them while starving them. Now, the moment they joined, I'd given them so much food. They understood the awe and reverence on Tieju's face when he spoke of his master. Though both masters were human, the difference was vast. Our old master wasn't even human. Master, you don't know how rotten that guy was. Dazhuang bit into a flower and started venting. Erzwang joining, both indignant. He gave us a tiny bit of food and made us work. Yeah, we ate a few leaves a day, Dazhuang added. He had plenty of food. I saw him gather lots. Their old master gave them nothing unless they were too weak to work, made them labor hungry, then beat them for low efficiency. Good thing we met you, master. Yeah, master. I chuckled. Don't worry, we'll build our camp together from now on. Don't worry, our master won't treat you badly, Xiao Xiao vowed, patting her chest. The 2 minotaurs looked at the suddenly appeared little fox, thinking the master had companions of so many races, surely a lord of great standing. They nodded hard. I glanced into the forest, not pitch black like the canyon, but dense branches and rising vapor obscured the depths. Though it was still early, I didn't plan to explore in. With 2 minotaurs working here, their old master wasn't far, and lingering wrist running into him. Is that black-hearted fellow's camp near here? I asked Dazhuang and Erzwang. Dazhuang stopped chewing and thought. Right around here, a short walk that way. He pointed to the forest's other edge. Erzwang added, Master, are you going to attack him? In tribes that was common. I shook my head. I didn't want conflict now, with more important things to do. I'd poached his labor. Him not coming after me was already a win. Let's go home. We'll stop here today. I rode Xiaohei out front and called the others. Huh? Don't we need to gather the supplies here? Xiao Xiao asked, puzzled, used to having tasks on outings. Not today. Let's get Dazhuang and Erzwang familiar with the base first. Finding 2 new companions was the day's biggest haul. If their old master came out and a fight broke out, it wouldn't be worth it. Work could wait for tomorrow. I looked at the snow, covered in our footprints. No snow today, so they'd last a while. If that fellow saw them, he'd realize something. I didn't want anyone to know I existed, especially someone this close to my camp. Xiao Xiao, cover these prints, restore the snow. She nodded, grabbed a handful of leaves, and got to work. Once the prints were buried, she brushed off her hands, climbed onto Tieju's shoulders, and we headed home, now with Dazhuang and Erzwang in the group. 3 minotaurs made for real security, conspicuous in the ice and snow, like a moving wall, with a boar knight up front. A cold wind blew. Huh. I breathed into my hands. The farther back we went, the worse the weather, the sun swallowed by thick clouds, a hint of snow coming. Good thing we headed back early. Another gust shook the nearby trees. My sharp eye caught a cyan chest on the closest tree, set on its sturdiest, high branch, too high even for a minotaur. Looks like the only way is to fell the tree. Taiju, chop it down. He drew the enhanced axe and swung. Minutes later the tree toppled, the cyan chest crashing into the snow with it. I had him keep chopping for wood, leaving only the chest. Time to show off my luck. I hopped off Xiaohei and flung it open. Inside, an iron pickaxe, its head mottled with rust, clearly well used. Worn iron pickaxe can be used for gathering, less efficient than an intact one. Seriously, this junk chest gives this? I looked it over and tossed it in the bag. We pressed on, and before full dark I returned to the base. Pushing open the gate, I noticed a difference. The cold potatoes in the garden plot, withering yellow before, now had leaves trending green again, the flattened stems propped back up, swaying in the wind. The half-dead potatoes had pulled through. My potatoes, you're as stubborn as me. Glad you made it. All my care wasn't wasted. I stood, joy plain on my face. Moo, such a big house. Dazhuang stepped through the wall behind Taiju, marveling at the base, Erzwang wide-eyed behind him. Their old master's house was nothing like this, and full of holes after the hail. The roof caved in, leaving them to crouch in the cold wind at night. They'd never imagined a master with a house this big, walls around it too. Feels so safe. Moo. Still, when all 3 minotaurs crowded in, the once spacious base got cramped, 3 big bodies making it awkward to even walk. I cleared my throat. Ahem, squeeze in for now, the house will be roomier soon. Oh, Dazhuang, Erzwang, hand me your tools. These two had been poached along with their tools. A little underhanded, maybe. I rubbed my nose. I meant to enhance both. The work would be on another level. Enhanced iron axe, ×2. 1 unit of wood per 3 minutes. I returned the axes. Then I picked up the worn pickaxe and murmured an enhancement. White light flashed, the rust vanishing with it. The worn grip turning fine and solid. The dull head wickedly sharp. The whole thing like a brand new pickaxe. Enhanced iron pickaxe. 1 unit of or per 3 minutes. I looked at the enhanced tool. No shortage of gear now. I smiled. My grand enterprise was finally on track. Dinner's ready. Xiao Xiao came out of the kitchen with a pot of fish soup, calling me over and handing out sunflowers to the 3 minotaurs. Taiju was used to it and took his to eat and rest. But Dazhuang and Erzwang froze, staring at the flowers. This today's food. They thought they'd already eaten plenty, had assumed there'd be nothing more for at least a day, and now, just back home. Food again? They held the flowers, reluctant to eat them on the warm floor, their harsh past having bred a habit of hoarding, terrified of the next meal not coming. Eat up, they're freshest now. There's breakfast tomorrow morning too. The happiness nearly choked them. Breakfast. They recalled the unfamiliar word. Before their tribe was slaughtered, they'd had many of their kind, a stable life through shared effort, even the occasional breakfast. Hearing the word again marked a new beginning. Okay. They settled onto the floor to rest, slowly accepting this camp as theirs. Belly full, I lay down, drowsiness rising, and was soon asleep. The next morning, after everyone had eaten, I handed Taiju the 3 enhanced axes and the pickaxe. Taiju, take the 2 of them and gather resources nearby. He knew the area and the resource points well, no problem leading the pair alone. I stood before the base and murmured, upgrade. The panel appeared. Level 4 base, upgradable. Cost, 400 wood, 800 stone, 800 iron ore. Bag, 124 wood, 41 stone, 34 iron ore. The level 5 requirement had risen, but at my current gathering rate, it would easily be done before the blizzard. Better to expand the camp first and fix the cramped living space. I opened the building panel, which now offered a lodging area and a mess hall. Lodging area, level 1. 2 rooms. Cost, 50 wood, 80 stone, 20 iron ore. With more mouths now, all of us cramming into the kitchen to eat was awkward, so I need a mess hall too. Mess hall, level 1. Seats 6. Cost, 30 wood, 50 stone, 10 iron ore. The expansion costs were reasonable. Looks like the big spending is on the base itself. I could build both areas first, then gather for the base upgrade. Wood +1. Stone +1. Before long, with the 3 minotaurs gathering outside, I had enough for both. I opened the building system. Build lodging area? Build mess hall? I chose to build without hesitation. White light flashed, and 2 large rooms appeared on the left side of the base. The lodging area, identical in size, the forge hearts iron pipes running beneath them to keep them warm. Turning, I saw the base had grown a room beside the kitchen, the 2 connected with no wall between. I went in. A sizable round wooden table sat at the mess hall's center, chairs arranged neatly around it, and the kitchen beside it had upgraded too, more cookware and dishes. We could eat here now, instead of always in the living room. With 2 new rooms, the base had grown a full size, and the wall expanded with it, still 3 meters out. My eyes fell on the lodging area outside. No more crowding. 2 rooms for them to split, and I could finally have the base to myself. I sat at a mess hall chair and opened the chat. The first message hit my eye. I'm furious. My 2 minotaurs went out to work, slacked off somewhere, and still aren't back. I felt a twinge of guilt. Surely not Dazhuang and Erzwang. I read on. I tamed a minotaur too, pretty obedient, shouldn't run off, right? Bro, are you not feeding them? I feed them a little now and then, my food stock's low. Then you deserve it. No food. Of course they run. Then a picture appeared, from the man who'd lost 2 minotaurs. I live near here. Anyone seen my minotaurs? Reward. I treated them well, and they're ungrateful. My heart jumped. The photo showed a spot near a forest, the very one I'd visited yesterday. Dazhuang and Erzwang were his lost minotaurs. I read his words and cursed him as shameless, and the guilt over poaching them vanished. Following someone like that, of course they'd run. I ignored him and reached to close the chat when a red panel appeared. Warning: large blizzard approaching. A level 5 forge heart is required to withstand it. Countdown 9 days. Then another. Coordinate function now open. You can send your camp coordinates to others. I blinked. The coordinate function shared locations, so I could meet other people. Since arriving, I'd never seen another human. Many had come, but this world size likely exceeded anything I'd imagined. With the blizzard coming, this function offered another option. Humans aren't best at fighting alone. We huddle together for warmth. One base could hold many, and with more people, upgrades came easier. I opened the regional chat to gauge opinions. People begging for coordinates to team up, offering half their food and supplies, looking for groups to upgrade one base together so the materials would suffice. As I'd thought, people were already huddling. Just as well, or the coming blizzard might take many lives, even make humanity an endangered species here. Then someone posted with a picture. Any Big Brother's base short on people? I can cook, sweep. A girl, ponytailed, gaunt, cheeks sunken, once probably the cute type. Others followed. I can too. Take me in and I'll do anything. But plenty cursed them. Shameless, I despise people like you. You're probably as ugly as a minotaur. That's why no one wants you. The two camps started fighting. I felt for them, but couldn't say what was right or wrong in this situation. The squabble didn't last, soon buried under group-seeking messages. I looked at my base and at Xiaohei crouched nearby. I had no thought of teaming up. Back on the blue planet, I'd often searched my own heart in the wild, not liking to live with others, not trusting them. I'd been through a lot that showed me human nature, and I'd left the city for the wilderness. Now in this frozen world, brutal as it first seemed, I'd come to enjoy it, as if it were the life I'd sought. And the natives I'd tamed, through the system I could see their loyalty, their sincerity. I preferred their company to humans. Besides, send out my coordinates and the camp would be exposed, no more peaceful sleep. Then another prompt. System task. Make a sled. Reward, 10 units of coal or time limit, 9 days. Fail to finish in time, and the reward is forfeit. A sled blueprint appeared in my bag. Wooden sled blueprint. For fast movement over snow. Materials, 50 wood, 20 iron, or 5 rope. With Xiaohei as a mount, I didn't urgently need a sled, though for deep snow, for legs beat too. But for all those wanting to travel to others' camps, a sled was essential. What's this coal or reward, though? The system never gave useless things for nothing. Last time it rewarded iron ore, and iron ore became scarce and vital. Now coal ore, so mining it would likely become key work. I opened the map to look for coal among the resource markers, scanning to the newly unlocked region, and soon spotted a black symbol. Looks like coal. At least it's black. I made a mental note to scout it someday, but surviving the blizzard came first. It was getting late, and Taiju should be back soon. I checked the panel. Bag, 183 wood, 168 stone, 238 iron ore. Good haul today. Some had gone to the expansion, plenty remained. Dazhuang and Erzwang, fresh as they were, didn't slack at all. I looked outside and saw the 3 minotaurs walk in, puzzled. Master, the base looks different. Taiju had noticed nearing it, the wall a full size larger, and the feeling only grew once inside. 2 rooms now on one side. The kitchen jutting out, brighter and roomier through the floor-to-ceiling window, a wooden table inside fit for several. Master, this is incredible. You built it while we were out. Dazhuang, like a country bumpkin, pawed everywhere at the new lodging. This is your lodging area. Pick where you'll stay. Then come to the mess hall for dinner. I pointed to the area beside the kitchen. Dazhuang and Erzwang were overwhelmed. They'd never imagined I'd spend materials building them a place of their own, rooms of their own. Maybe I really did, as Taiju said, treat them as companions, not just labor. At their old master's camp, they'd had no place to live, only the doorway to guard. Words felt feeble, so they expressed their gratitude the most direct way, throwing open their thick arms and charging at me. Moo! Master, we'll work hard from now on to repay you. Master, I'm with you for life, Moo. I scrambled back in alarm. Caught in that hug, I'd be lucky to walk away with only 2 broken ribs. I ducked the suffocating embrace. Let's go in, dinner's almost ready. I headed for the mess hall, Taiju telling the 2. Moo, listen to me, right? Master's the best to us. Brother Taiju, so true. We didn't follow the wrong man. All thanks to you, Brother Taiju. They pushed open the mess hall door, and the bright, spacious room lit up their eyes, everything seeming custom-made for them. The thick, wide table, the sturdy wooden stools. They'd always eaten sitting on the ground or leaning on a stump. Now they could sit at a table and enjoy a meal like me. Erzwang pulled out a stool and sat, the sturdy thing holding his bulk without a creak. Moo, this is way comfier than rock, Dazhuang added. Of course, Master prepared it for us. Moo, Master, I'll chop you 500 trees tomorrow. Xiao Xiao brought a tray heaped with sunflowers and handed them out. Eat well, sleep in the lodging tonight. Rest up for better work. Moo, Master, aren't you eating with us? I patted Tieju's arm. I've got things to do, take your time. We'll talk tomorrow, I'm heading back. I waved them off and left. Back in my room, I ate a little, washed up, and lay down. A quiet night. The next morning I came out to find Dazhuang and Erzwang long awake, Taiju polishing his axe for the day's work. Master, you're up, Moo. I went to the 3. Taiju, I'll trouble you all to gather again today. Master, we Minotaurs, once fed, can't sit still without working. The other 2 nodded along, full of energy, well rested. Dazhuang, Erzwang, you toured the nearby resource points with Taiju yesterday, you know the way? Thanks to Brother Taiju, we remember the routes. I nodded, pleased. Good, I'll assign tasks today. Taiju, mine iron ore. Dazhuang, gather stone. Erzwang, gather wood. Rest when tired, and if you hit danger, hide, safety first, understood? They nodded, and I stuffed sunflowers into each one's hands. Eat on the way, don't ration, there's plenty at home. Master, Dazhuang and Erzwang, sentimental, looked at the flowers, their gratitude peaking. Then a prompt. Minotaur Dazhuang, loyalty risen to 80%. Minotaur Erzwang, loyalty risen to 80%. I rubbed my head. These 2 were easily satisfied. What miserable life had they led, for their loyalty to climb so fast? As Taiju led them off, I prepared for my own work, but checking the map and trade system, I felt oddly idle. With only Taiju before, I'd gone out and gathered myself. Now with 3 Minotaurs, I wasn't even needed. So I decided to take Xiao Xiao out hunting for chests near the base. Feeling lucky today? Can't always open junk. She trotted along happily. We'd just stepped out when I spotted a flash of color on the wall, the thorn vines. Enhanced, they grew fast, already halfway up, the spikes wickedly sharp, more than a match for barbed wire. My sense of security grew. Familiar ground all around. I opened the world chat as I walked. People had gotten coordinates from others, spent their last supplies on sleds, set off for others' camps. Some had nearly arrived. Some complained their snow deer pulling the sled rested half a day after 2 steps, because they hadn't fed it in 3 days. People moved fast, the situation urgent. Then a video appeared, a man running and shouting, "Help! Brothers, being chased by a bear, does playing dead work." The chat exploded with advice. Climb a tree, bears usually can't climb. Nonsense, bears climb fine. Wrong, this guy's about to die. But 2 or 3 minutes later the same man posted again. He'd fled into a cave, panting. "Brothers, I lost the bear, exhausting but thrilling. Thanks for caring. Your terrible advice nearly got me killed." Before he finished, 2 ghostly green lights flickered in the dark cave, followed by a low growl. His smile froze, and he turned to see a huge snowplain wolf emerge, fangs bared. He bolted, yelling, "Brothers, how do I dodge a snowplain wolf? Waiting online, urgent." People cheered his misfortune. Then another shocking post. "Brothers, a woman robbed my home. She came to my camp to team up, and when I got back from work the stored food was gone. Just as I'd worried, no trusting a stranger." I closed the chat before my brain rotted. Even with the coordinate function, reality had too many variables. The first victims had appeared. Xiao Xiao played out front, picking flowers, plucking grass. "Master, look, this grass is so special." "Uh-huh." I nodded numbly. Who knew how many things she'd collected? Then a chopping sound came from afar. Wood plus one. Oh, is Taiju nearby? Reaching the trees, I saw Erzwang felling timber, the enhanced axe in his grip dropping a thick trunk in a few strokes. Master, isn't that Erzwang? He stopped and waved, smiling. Master, what brings you here? Nothing, just wandering. Call me if you need help. No need. Focus on your work. Got it, Master. Rest if you're tired. Don't push yourself. Go on chopping, I'll head off. Take care, Master. He resumed. Xiao Xiao and I wandered to a riverbank, where she spotted a dead, withered tree by the water, strange amid living trees with the water right there. She leaned in to see why, and noticed something inside. Master, there's a chest in this dead tree. A chest? Coming. I rushed over. Inside the hollow trunk sat a large chest. I pulled it out and flung it open. A long object lay inside. Battle axe. Iron. Heavy, suited to strength-based warriors. A battle axe. Besides the wooden bow before, this was the first truly offensive weapon I'd gotten from a chest. Heavy in hand, the blade gleaming, but hard for me to swing. Too heavy. Only a minotaur could use it. Let's enhance it. White light flashed, and the single blade became double-edged, the handle refined for better grip. Enhanced double-edged axe. Power greatly increased, more durable. Now that's more like it. This thing's gorgeous. Finally, a proper weapon, though too heavy for me, perfect for Taiju. I bagged it, and we explored on, circling back to the sunflower sea to gather more. Without these, I couldn't feed the minotaurs. Master, the sunflower seeds are nearly ripe too. Oh, another food source, then. Not yet ripe, so I didn't pick them. I took Xiao Xiao to the river to fish, meaning to teach her the technique, since I couldn't always do it myself. She fumbled, but did land a few. It getting late, I took the fish and headed back with her. Home again, she made roast fish for dinner. Fresh fish really does roast best. Tender and juicy, I ate 3 in one go before stopping, licking my lips with a satisfied belch, Xiao Xiao stunned at my appetite. She handed me water and asked quietly, Master, is my roast fish good? I gave a thumbs up, generous with praise. Delicious, your cooking's come a long way lately, especially this, crispy outside, tender inside. Her tail swayed with joy. After chatting with the 3 minotaurs, I went to my room to rest. Life was pleasant now, fed and warm, and if not for the blizzard hanging overhead, I might think things here had gotten good. The next day, I checked the upgrade. Level 5 base, upgradable. Cost, 400 wood, 800 stone, 800 iron ore. Bag, 523 wood, 472 stone, 481 iron ore. Some way off, but no problem at the 3 minotaurs rate. After breakfast, I sent Taiju out with the 2, then went to check the garden. Since the hail, I'd been watching the cold potatoes anxiously, afraid of another setback. They were my hope, my food security. In the garden, I felt a surge of delight, the leaves broad and deep green, growing splendidly. If they kept on, I'd harvest before long. If only I had fertilizer, they'd grow faster. So I searched the trade system, and sure enough found some. Fertilizer. Boosts crop growth speed 5% for 7 days. Trade. 10 iron ore. Robbery. My mouth twitched. Rare, sure, but that pricey? Few had even planted crops. Further back, prices were worse. 15, 20 iron ore. I traded for 1 to test it. A small bag, not much. Then a thought. Enhance it. White light flashed, the fertilizer darker, richer looking. Enhanced fertilizer. Boosts growth speed 50% for 7 days. The effects hugely amplified. Delighted, I sprinkled it on the cold potatoes, and whether imagined or not, the stems seemed to perk up at once. I pocketed the rest, and, before closing the trade system, glanced at the chat and a video. 2 people. We teamed up successfully. 2 people working is so much more efficient. So the teamers had mostly met up. Then more chat. Heading out to find teammates, I figured I shouldn't leave the house for free, so I swung my axe and tore it down, and guess what? Most of my building materials came back to me. Now I've got some capital for my teammates' place. Seriously? I'm already halfway there, and you tell me now. Halfway? I'm already at my teammates' camp. Forget it. I'm going back to demolish mine. What? You're just learning this. We finished our level 4 Forge Heart yesterday. He posted a photo of their camp, and everyone was floored. I'm still level 3. More people really is better. 2 days of gathering nearly killed me. I'm going home to demolish right now. The whole channel mobilized, a demolition stampede. But I drew another conclusion. If you could demolish your own home, then you could relocate freely. Unhappy with a spot? Tear it down, rebuild somewhere with more resources and space. And even if your coordinates were exposed, no worry, just demolish and move, start fresh. Speculation, of course, since I had no plan to demolish. Resources here weren't scarce. If relocation ever became necessary, I'd decide then. I closed the chat, looked at the cold potatoes, which seemed to have grown a bit more, smiled, and went back inside. Seeing Xiao Xiao bored in the house, I called toward the base. Xiao Xiao, let's go fishing. She bounced out. Master, I've been ready, let's go. At the familiar river, she baited up expertly. Fishing was satisfying, especially the moment of a bite, and what made it more so for her was how much I loved her roast fish. Stay here and fish, I'll wander a bit. Got it, master, I'm good at this now. I strolled along the river. The dead tree chest had held a battle axe. Who knew if luck would strike again? Then a glare flashed in my eyes from the canopy across the river. I squinted. A vine-wrapped chest in the treetop. Searched everywhere for nothing. Then it falls in my lap. But crossing was a problem. No bridge, no boat. I'd have to detour. I fired an arrow at the tree as a marker. After a long walk, I rounded to the far bank, found the marked tree, climbed it, chopped the vines, and the chest fell. Inside, a familiar item. Hand warmer, ×5. The user won't die of hypothermia for 1 hour. Hand warmers. I'd used these on the blue planet. Only ever a sliver of warmth, but these seemed far better. Why not enhance them? White light, and they grew larger. Enhanced hand warmer, ×5. The user won't die of hypothermia for 10 hours. So even stranded in the wild, I wouldn't freeze overnight, with a chance to make it back. I was careful never to end up in such straits, but better safe than sorry. I pocketed them, found nothing else, and returned to Xiao Xiao. She'd caught a haul, gone from frantic to steady. Several fat fish landed. Master, you're back. So many fish today, they bite even without grubs. Really? That good? Her big tail swung at the praise. I rubbed her head, and we went home, where she made fish soup. By dusk the Minotaurs returned, bowing in the mess hall. Moo, master, we're back. Good work. Rest up. Dinner soon. I checked the bag, plenty more resources. At this rate, I could upgrade to level 5 tomorrow. Xiao Xiao brought out a big bowl of fish soup. Master, hot and fragrant. I took a sip. Ah, that's the flavor. After a good meal and some chatting, I went to bed. The next morning, I checked the upgrade. Level 5 base, upgradable. Bag, 863 wood, 713 stone, 697 iron ore. Should be able to upgrade this morning. Wait, had the numbers gone up? More than last night. I got up and called, Taizhu, Dazhuang, Erzwang, be careful out there today. Before I finished, Xiao Xiao came out with breakfast. Master, you're up. They left early with their sunflowers. Left? When? Not sure how long, around daybreak. So I'd slept in. I sat to eat and opened the chat, my daily routine, sometimes catching key info. The first thing was a video. I opened it and heard a furious curse. Damn, finally got away, that guy's insane. Brothers, don't team up carelessly, I just got robbed. That guy had a centaur and a crappy bow, nearly turned me into a pincushion. It ended there. The chat erupted. There are people like that? Lucky my teammate's decent. Terrifying, vet their character first. I guessed this yesterday, just not so soon. A second video, the same man, haggard, lips purpling, near hypothermia. Can anyone take me in? I demolished my house. No shelter. I won't survive nightfall. I'll be your beast of burden. Sincere, but after that, who'd trust anyone? Still, not everyone was too afraid. Brother, if you're near me, join my camp. I sent you the coordinates. There's kindness in the world after all. But seeing this, I, already distrustful, killed any thought of teaming up. I wouldn't gamble my goodwill on a stranger's character. I closed the chat and went out. Today's materials should suffice, but first I had to plan the base layout. Busy, time flew, and soon it was dusk. I called up the system, conditions met. Level 4 base, upgradable. Bag, 962 wood, 826 stone, 854 iron ore. Upgrade? Yes. White light swallowed the whole house, then faded. Inside, the space had grown a little. Puzzled, I went out to look and froze, stunned. The whole base was now like a small castle. All the stone packed between the steel frame was gone, replaced by a steel shell, dark and solid in the light. And most astonishing, the once single-story base had risen into a two-story fortress. The iron door had grown bigger and heavier. I checked it and found a bar lock behind it now. No beast was getting in. All those resources weren't gathered in vain. The level 5 base was worth them, looking truly able to withstand a large blizzard. I opened the building system for new options. Buildable, beast pen, sauna, shower room. Upgradable, lodging, mess hall, forge heart. My heart stirred. Since arriving, I'd never once thought about bathing. Under the forge heart, I felt warm, but never hot, never sweating, so it hadn't bothered me much. But as someone who used to bathe every day or two, even in the wild, I'd never neglected it. Seeing a shower room and sauna, I was thrilled. Finally, I can relax. A hot bath in this frozen world. I couldn't even imagine the bliss. I wanted to build both at once, but looking at my remaining materials, I held back. The forge heart isn't upgraded yet. That's more urgent. I checked. Level 4 forge heart, upgradable. Cost, 240 iron ore. Bag, 562 wood, 26 stone, 54 iron ore. 240, so 2 more days. Then the 3 minotaurs returned, chatting and laughing about the day's work, only to fall silent at the base's gate, frozen in their tracks. The familiar home had changed again. The last change hadn't shocked them much, but this was a complete transformation. Mu, brother Taiju, where's this? Did we take the wrong way? Taiju didn't know how to answer, confused himself, until he spotted me. Mu, master. I turned. Taiju, you're back. Come see the upgraded base. They walked in timidly, still doubting they'd come to the right house, more amazed inside at the steel-clad base and the second floor. I patted Taiju. All right, let's go in. Today's a good day, we should celebrate. Inside, where they'd once had to mind their movements lest they knock something over, was now far roomier. I saw a staircase leading up. Curious about the second floor's layout, I climbed it. 2 rooms up top, a bedroom and a study. The bedroom held a huge bed, wine-red velvet drapes, soft bedding and pillows, a forge heart pipe exposed in the corner, keeping it comfortable, a thick carpet on the floor. I walked into the study, a wooden desk at the center by the window, dusk and white snow outside, bronze lamps glowing. I found it oddly beautiful. The system's design isn't bad at all. System-made, top quality. I flopped onto the soft bed. So good. Downstairs, the old bedroom had become part of the living room, the layout expanded. Seeing all this, the 3 minotaurs unanimously agreed. Su Yang was a god. Xiao Xiao ran out of the kitchen, delighted. Master, the kitchen's so big now, cooking's so much nicer. Then show off your skills, it's on you, Xiao Xiao. Dishes came out, meat for me, and salad she'd made specially for the vegetarian minotaurs. Mu, this is good. Save me some, brother Taiju. I picked up a skewer of roast meat. Looking at these companions, I felt something I hadn't in a long while, a touch of warmth. The merrymaking ran late before I sent everyone to their rooms. I climbed to my bedroom and lay on the soft bed, unable to hold back a happy smile. So comfortable, like lying on a cloud, warm and cozy. I dreamed of my wilderness days, drilling a stick into wood for fire, when back then I could occasionally return to comfortable civilization to resupply. Failing to get a flame, I turned off the camera, pulled a burger from my pack, and bitten in. Wilderness survival's gotta have this. I was deep in the sweet dream when, from the wild outside, came howling. A woo, a woo. Wolf howls answering each other, as if conversing, so clear they seemed right below the wall. I snapped awake, hands still gripping the dream burger. Ice wolves, were they raiding my base at night? I went to the window. Pitch dark outside, nothing visible under the cold moonlight. But I felt countless eyes watching me, a chill crawling from my tailbone to my neck. I knew the camp was ringed by a tall, thorn-covered wall, no easy breach. But being marked like this was deeply unsettling. Then a resounding howl rang out, different from the rest, full of regal authority. After it, the outside went quiet, and the watched feeling vanished. They'd left, it seemed, nothing happened. But I stayed wary, standing at the window a while before lying back down, taking a long time to sleep again, faint howls drifting through my dreams. Morning came. The howls had ruined my sleep, and I woke early with dark circles. I went to the window and looked out. The ice plain seemed unchanged, the distant forest still standing on the white plain, the daytime view unobstructed. I wanted to confirm whether the ice wolves had left. If they were still here, I wouldn't let the minotaurs go out today. After a careful look with no sign of them, I went down to the living room. Xiao Xiao came from the kitchen. "Good morning, master. I made you fish soup." I sipped it and looked at her, reading worry on her face, faint dark circles by her eyes too. I knew what had happened, having just been through the same. "Did you hear something last night? Didn't dare sleep?" She nodded hard. "I heard wolf howls all night, terrifying. I didn't dare sleep, afraid they'd rush in. But they only seemed to pass by our door, didn't target us, or we'd be in trouble." I patted her shoulder. "It's fine, Xiao Xiao. Look how sturdy our home is now. This isn't the old cabin. The thorns on the wall will teach anything that tries to break in a lesson." She relaxed a little. "Master, you're right." I drank the soup and handed her the bowl. "Don't worry, one more bowl." She took it, smiling, and left. But my face still held worry. I knew last night's feeling was no mistake. They weren't passing through. The better word was scouting. I wouldn't throw everyone into anxiety, but as Lord I had to plan ahead. We need to be ready to fight. After breakfast I told Taiju, "Don't split up to gather today. Take Dazhuang and Erzwang to the canyon for iron ore." I'd grouped the three together in case the ice wolves were still near. Today I had to gather enough for the Forge Heart. Watching them off, I went to inspect the garden. The cold potatoes had shot up since yesterday, the thin stems now thick, the leaves fuller and deep green, like lotus pads, giving off a special scent. At this rate, I'd eat them before long. I rubbed my hands, already craving a staple, tended them, loosened the soil, and left. Back inside, I checked the map and decided to wander for chests again. Maybe 2 or 3 today, with some treasure inside. Seeing me leave, Xiao Xiao asked, "Master, going out?" I nodded, about to ask if she'd come, then decided to keep her safe at home. "I'll check the woods nearby. No fishing today." She nodded and sat obediently. At the door, I patted Xiaohei's head. "Xiaohei with me." He nuzzled my leg. I mounted and rode for the riverside forest, scanning for missed chests. A long while, not even a hair of one. No more chests nearby. I sighed and sat on a roadside rock to rest. Then I caught a faint, beastly stench. Snort. Xiaohei looked around warily. My hair stood on end. I shot up and stared into the forest depths, instantly pulling the enhanced bow from my pack, drawing it. Thinking of last night's howls, this had to be the wolves. But after a long, wary moment, no danger, no feeling of being watched. "What's going on?" I swallowed, and, not daring to relax, steeled myself to go deeper. If they'd been active here last night, there'd be traces. Sure enough, soon I clearly saw, though the night snow had covered the ground, the nearby trees bore claw marks and signs of beasts everywhere. My unease grew sharp. Back now. Alone, against a wolf pack, I'd be left without bone fragments. Xiaohei, go back to base. Without hesitation, I rode hard for home, gripping the bow, never stopping, adrenaline surging, heart pounding. Bursting through the gate, Xiaohei collapsed, gasping. Xiao Xiao came out, puzzled. "Master, what's wrong?" "Xiao Xiao, get me water." She brought a big cup and I gulped it down. Better. I wiped my sweat, rose, and looked back at the gate. I poured Xiaohei a bowl too, went out, confirmed no pack followed, and breathed easier. "Xiao Xiao, I'm going to the canyon to find Taiju and the others. Prepare dinner at home." She nodded happily. "Got it, master. I'll make you delicious roast meat tonight." I patted Xiaohei, who slowly rose, and I swung onto his back. "Lock the doors and windows. Wait for us." I left for the canyon. I had to find the 3 minotaurs and bring them home before the ice wolves found them. I rode cautiously, fearing wolves leaping out, and reached the canyon without incident, but saw no sign of the 3. Had they gone deeper? I patted Xiaohei and rode in. For all his usual laziness, Xiaohei was nimble and fast, for legs better than 2, traversing the narrow canyon with ease. Soon he carried me deep inside. Then my bag's prompt looked different. Coal or +1. Coal ore? Where from? This canyon only had iron ore. Trouble. Were the minotaurs not here, but somewhere else? As I wondered whether to turn back, I caught a faint mining sound ahead. Clang, clang. Coal or +1. Right ahead. The Minotaurs had to be there. I rode on and heard Dazhuang. Moo, brother Taiju, so much black iron ore down here. Let's mine lots. Moo, don't worry, there's tons. But why is this black iron ore so brittle? One swing drops a huge chunk, softer than the usual. Coal, or +1. I hopped off and ran over, soon seeing Tieju's broad back. Taiju. He turned. Master, you're here. Anything wrong here? I asked, worried. No, we've just been mining, no other movement. I saw beast tracks in the woods near home, worried about you, so I came. He laughed. Moo, so that's it. Don't worry about us. The three of us together. Even that big spider from before wouldn't scare us. I took out the enhanced double-edged axe and handed it to him. Taiju, don't get careless. This time's beasts aren't simple. Take this axe, it suits you. The blade gleamed coldly, and Taiju was captivated, trembling. Master, this is really for me? Take it. No one else here can use it. He accepted it reverently. Thank you, Master. You're so good to me. Then Erzwang climbed out of a hole in the ground, looking at me. Moo, Master. I noticed a collapsed pit on the canyon floor. Master, we found an underground cave. Lots of black iron ore inside. Taiju added. We were mining when the ground collapsed and they fell into the ore cave below. They weren't hurt and found black iron ore. Black iron ore? So they'd mistaken coal ore. This wasn't black iron. It was coal, the very thing from the task I hadn't used. Erzwang, bring Dazhuang up and keep mining iron ore. Stop mining that black stuff. What ore is it, Master? Coal, not needed yet. They climbed out and resumed iron ore, the canyon ringing with strikes again. Taiju got to work too, while I gripped the bow on guard. Big and brawny as he was, dismissive of ordinary beasts, seeing my grave watchfulness, he sobered up, determined that even if beasts struck, he'd never let me be hurt. Mining the same material together, the three were astonishingly fast. By early dark, they'd gathered plenty. I checked, 461 iron ore, more than enough for the forge heart, plus some coal in the bag. Time to head home. Work's done. Master, I've got energy, let me mine these last few. No, we go, the rest tomorrow. They stopped and followed me back. I rode Xiaohei, still scanning warily, Taiju gripping his axe. We reached the base safely. Xiao Xiao had dinner ready. Just then I heard ice wolves in the forest again. A whoa, but far more distant than yesterday. I checked the gate was fully shut, no chance of attack, and relaxed. No time to waste. I went to upgrade the forge heart. Level 4 forge heart, upgradable. Cost, 240 iron ore. Bag, 736 wood, 121 stone, for 161 iron ore. Upgrade? Yes. White light wrapped it whole and faded. Level 5 forge heart. Consumes 10 wood per hour. Warmth radius, 20 meters. Skill, overload mode. Once activated, fuel burns 10 times faster and furnace output greatly increases. It looked larger and finer, every screw simple yet durable, more iron pipes extending out to spread heat. I could feel the temperature control was finer now, more comfortable, where before it had been uneven, even scorching up close. Now it was like a spring rain, gentle and soothing. And a new lever had appeared. I touched it. Activate overload mode. So that's the switch. Overload boosted output, useful only in harsher conditions. 10 times consumption? Who can sustain that? Looking at my scant wood, if I switched it on, I wouldn't last the night. Wait, coal was fuel too. Could it replace wood in the forge heart? I had the 10 coal from the sled task and used. I pulled them out, glossy black and heavy, and dropped one in. The panel updated. Coal consumption, 1 per hour. Switch, coal or wood. One small lump lasted a whole hour. Since coal was more durable, I could save wood for building, and with the coal cave found in the canyon, fuel was no longer a worry. With the level 5 forge heart done and fuel secured, I felt steadier about the coming blizzard. Master, dinner. Xiao Xiao called. I came to the table. She set roast meat before me, and after eating I sent everyone to rest. Back in my bedroom, I gazed at the distant forest, sensing the wolves hadn't gone far, still circling this area. Why had they migrated here in a pack? Because of the coming blizzard? Seeking shelter? But that didn't hold. This was open plain, not even a rock to hide behind. To hide, they'd go to the mountains or canyon. Forget it, just watch and wait. At least for now, they posed no threat to me. I rubbed my brow and lay down. Morning. After washing up, I came to the living room, and Xiao Xiao greeted me warmly. Morning, master. I opened the chat, my electronic pickle, getting news and a bit of gossip. Today's was dull, mostly people asking about resources. Maybe everyone was busy upgrading. With the blizzard nearing, no time to chat. Then someone posted a video. A bald man, beaming. Morning, brothers. Nothing important, just wanted to ask, after upgrading to level 5, how do you all like the little second floor? Oh, you haven't reached level 5 base yet? Never mind then, huh? He paraded around his level 5 base filming, showing off. But I saw clearly, 2 fleeting shots revealed 4 or 5 other figures. He hadn't upgraded it alone. Finally, someone snapped back. You're this idle? Is your Forge Heart even upgraded? We hit level 5 yesterday. Barking all morning, so annoying. A flood of messages buried him, and he went quiet. Teaming had its benefits, pooled resources, faster gathering. But everything had 2 sides. More people meant inevitable friction, and once cracks formed in a camp, like a flawless mirror cracking, it slid toward ruin. I closed the chat. The 3 minotaurs came to the mess hall, and Xiao Xiao served breakfast. Taiju, I'll go with you to work today, and don't forget your weapon. They were thrilled to work with me. After breakfast, I took them out. Today you're with me. We'll gather some wood and stone first. I rode Xiaohei and checked the building list. Beast pen, 100 wood, 100 stone. Shower room, 50 wood, 60 stone, 10 iron ore. Sauna, 40 wood, 80 stone. The costs were low, so I decided to build the sauna and shower room first. Too long without a bath. I'd nearly forgotten the feeling. It was miserable. By midday, the 3 had gathered most of the materials. That's enough. Now head to the canyon to mine. Remember, we don't need iron ore now. All 3 of you go into the coal cave and mine coal, the black, or got it. As the Forge Heart's fuel, I wanted plenty stocked. Mu got it, master. Taiju led them off. I returned to the base. With materials ready, I built the shower room and sauna. White light flashed twice on the open ground beside the base, and the 2 structures rose visibly in moments, far larger than I'd imagined. The shower room felt like an old-fashioned public bathhouse, damp heat seeping through the door. Inside was a spacious changing room, even slippers laid out on the floor. The system's so thoughtful. Nothing about it suggested an icy plain. Beyond a large curtain was a wide pool, dry now but slowly filling with water seeping up, with shower areas on either side, all the bathing tools provided. Wondering where the water came from, I went out and found a pipe running beyond the wall. Opening the iron door, I saw meltwater flowing through a groove into the pipe, with a filter pool near the shower room straining out debris. So advanced. I thought I'd have to shovel snow to melt for water. Naive of me. I entered the sauna, also spacious, plenty of room even for me and the 3 minotaurs together. Probably designed large for teamed groups, so members wouldn't quarrel over bathing turns. No need to queue. Smart system. Soon the 3 returned at dusk, as I told them, heading back the moment it darkened. The night's here dangerous. Taiju, perfect timing. Tonight we all bathe and sauna, really enjoy ourselves. They were puzzled. Bathe? Sauna? Master, what's that, Mo? Never mind, come on. I led the 3 and Xiaohei into the shower room, planning to let Xiao Xiao bathe alone after, since she was, after all, female. Inside, the 3 froze at the sight. What's this, master, such a big pool? Dazhuang and Erzwang were baffled. Tieju's had a muddle. I changed and looked at them. What? Get in. They couldn't move, whispering warily. Master, what is this thing? Why's there a pot on the ground over there? Do we get in that to wash? As minotaurs, they recalled big pots used for cooking at tribal events, though never this huge. Pot. I looked. He meant the bathing pool, and burst out laughing, patting his shoulder. That's no pot. It's a tub, very comfortable. But wash off first. I brought them under the shower heads, adjusted the temperature, and turned it on, warm water cascading over me. This is it, so good. I didn't know how long since I'd felt this, the water running off me black, my heart cleansed. The hot water was nearly unlimited, fed by the Forge Heart, no worry about heating. The 3 gaped. Water? It sprays water from this little thing. I wiped my face. Like this, flip the switch and water comes, try it. After much study, they finally got the showers going, hot water washing their bodies. No, their fur, startling them, then adapting. The grime caked in their fur sluiced off, along with the day's fatigue. So comfortable. They'd never truly bathed, only ever wiped down with snow, since being soaked in this cold was lethal. Here, no such worry. Their feet were buried in layers of grime and grit. Hard to imagine how dirty they'd been, but no surprise, working outside daily. Dazhuang, that's bathwater, don't drink it. Moo master, it's sweet, so refreshing. Refreshing nothing. Erzwang, you stop too, and turn your temperature down, aren't you hot? I gave up managing them. The four of us scrubbed every inch. All right, Xiaohei, where'd he go? I turned to find him napping lazily on the floor, too comfortable to move. I dragged him under a shower head and washed him. Then I taught them soap. They eyed the fragrant, soft bars, tempted to taste them, but I stopped them in time. I know what you're thinking, but trust me, bad idea and dangerous. At dangerous, they settled. After some trouble, everyone was clean. I led them into the pool. Warmth enveloped me, like a mother's embrace, fatigue easing. Feels almost healing. Curious, I checked the building system. Shower room, level 1. Slowly restores stamina and health. It really is healing. A soak each day after labor, and they'd work fresh the next. I closed my eyes and savored it. After who knew how long, Xiao Xiao called from outside. Master, are you still in there? I stirred from my daze. We're here, coming out soon. The three had passed out in the pool, loving it. Ties you up. I nudged him awake. Master, this place makes you sleepy the moment you're in. I just passed out. I chuckled, and we climbed out. I toweled off, the minotaurs stroking their fur, cleaner than ever in their lives, their bodies smooth. Not done yet. One last step, the sauna. Intrigued, they asked, Moo master, what's a sauna? Come with me. I led them and Xiaohei in. Xiao Xiao, come bathe, we're done. She loved being clean, usually wiping her fur with snow, but had never had a hot bath, finding it novel. Master, what is this, so comfortable? I showed her the process, then returned. The instant I entered the sauna, a wave of heat hit, and Xiaohei and the three shrank back, not daring to enter. I pushed them. Trust me, it's great. Soon the temperature soared, the three panting with tongues out. Xiaohei sprawled belly up, tongue lolling. Only I lay contentedly on the bench, smiling. So good, this is bliss. Bathing and sauna are this nice. Why had I never thought so before? In that moment, I felt back in civilization. This no icy plain, but an old public bathhouse on a worn street. Moo, master, I can't take it, too hot. Yeah, master, I feel like I'm cooking. Master, let's leave, I don't feel good. Just as I was enjoying it, the three were wilting. Their thick fur withstood cold, but not heat. A bit of a buzzkill, but fine, I'd enjoyed enough. I stood, patted Xiaohei, and said, let's go. Good work, I'll make you something nice tonight. We staggered to the mess hall, dazed from overbathing, but I was deeply satisfied, feeling pounds lighter. After Xiao Xiao bathed and brought dinner, we ate clean, appetites huge. As the meal wound down, a prompt yanked my relaxed nerves taut. Ding. System warning. A small blizzard will arrive in 5 hours. Lord, prepare your defenses. Countdown, 4 hours, 59 minutes, 59 seconds. 5 hours. My heart tightened. The biggest, hardest challenge yet had finally come. I looked toward the forge heart, struggling inside, not knowing how long the blizzard would last. My coal stock wasn't large. If it dragged on long enough to burn through it all, the base would lose the forge heart's protection, the temperature crashing into a giant icebox. In that case, I steeled myself and stood. Taizhu, Dazhuang, Erzwang, we're going out, quick. Moo master, where to? Mining coal. This time I'll mine with you. Hearing my urgency, they rose without hesitation. Got it, master. I told Xiao Xiao to watch the house and set out with Xiaohei and the three toward the canyon. We'd barely stepped out when I saw clouds churning above, a gale sweeping the ground, sending up clouds of snow that stung my face like ice. But I knew this was only the appetizer.